Oh, god damn it. It's gonna be a long way. Welcome back, and I congratulate you on Will Lamott's victory to the right of succession and our great honor of the host comrades of a future Dawn servant. Such tranquility doubtless left you fatigue. Guess it was a good... I forgot that this was gonna happen. Oh, it's not voice. Surprised to see me. I suppose it's only natural. May I come in? I haven't properly, thank you. And my sister was able to realize her potential is testament to the quality of her traveling companions, particularly you. I don't know what we did. For that, we have my heartfelt gratitude. My primary business is calling to deliver a message from Lamity. As you well know, that after the Ascension ceremony, she will officially take up the mantle of Dawn Servant. She has expressed a desire for you to accept the posts within her administration. Making no mention of me. You needn't decide immediately. My sister will broach the matter with you again after the ceremony. Whether you continue to assist Lamity or not is up to you. That is all, if you'll excuse me. God, you came all the way here just to tell me that? I think I would have found out regardless then. Yeah, become someone irreplaceable to her. As her brother, I acknowledge that there is no little jealousy. With no little jealousy. But believe me when I say I hope you'll stay by her side. Uh-oh, this is the evil arc that's coming along. Please, the next part be voiced. Thus it arrived. Wait, what? Oh. Please be voiced. Oh, that's a good start. Crowd rambles.
What a crowd, as befits the changing of Dawn servants.
It's starting.
Servant!
Look! He's here!
The head of reason is resting again. Thought he'd grace us for this occasion at least. People of Tuliolal, you honor us with your presence.
For on this auspicious day, we witness the dusking of one era and the dawning of the next. The succession of dawn servants. But I've talked for long enough. Allow me to present the claimant, whose determination, wisdom, and compassion guided them to triumph and the city of gold. My daughter, Wook Lamont.
It's crazy how much smaller she is compared to him.
Huzzah! Huzzah!
Long live the Dawn Servant! Long live Tuliolal!
Growing up in this city, I used to think I knew all there was to know about Tulihiolal. But my journey showed me how much I had yet to learn about the cultures, histories, and aspirations of this nation. Through the time-honored Ihana, the Hanuhanu taught me how they nourish and cultivate both the land and their bonds with visitors. And with their alpacas and tradecraft, the Pelupelu showed me the depths of their patience and fortitude to know when to push through and when not to push your luck. From the Moblins and their artisans, I gained insight into the power of creativity, that it is when we are filled with passion and bolstered by the support of others that we produce our best works. And in Kozamauka, I was moved by the history and hopes of the Yokhui, who believe that death isn't the end, that we live on so long as we remembered. I felt joy and harmony in Yaktel when I tasted Shebruk Bibil, the dish that marked the beginning of peace between the Shebral and Mamurja after centuries of warfare. And I felt sorrow in Mamuk when I met with those who placed their faith in the promise of blessed siblings, and for this were burdened with great suffering. Through the understanding we forged, I'm hopeful that they will find what they seek through friendship and community, for we are all Turali.
Understanding with Mamuk? What sorcery did she use on them?
All of which is to say that, as I've come to know our nation, I've seen the ways in which we thrive, and the ways in which we still struggle. Some in Kozamauka must resort to banditry to survive. A faction of Yokhui still cling to dreams of conquest. Not everyone lives in peace and plenty. And there's still so much of Tulihiolol I don't know. Places I haven't seen, and people I haven't met. That's why I hope to keep learning about and from you, that we might build a nation where everyone knows happiness. Because if there's one thing my journey has taught me, it's that your happiness is my happiness!
I don't know why, but I'm not really. Well, I can feel kind of, but not as strong as like these people. I don't know why. I wonder if it's because like Wokulama just kept saying the same thing over and over again.
My father led Tulihiolau to prosperity by the resolve and reason of his 2 heads. But my 1 head can only get us so far. To further change our nation for the better, I'll need someone else.
Please choose your
Someone
brother.
with the knowledge and insight that I lack. So what do you say? Be done,
Okay,
sir,
good.
with me, Kona.
Why is he all the way back there?
Mamachi, are you certain?
Absolutely. You take reason, and I take resolve. Together, we make a full Dawn servant.
Oh yeah, actually that does make sense.
You'll have no objections from me, of course. But mine is not the approval you need.
During my time abroad, I experienced the benefits of foreign technologies, some of which I introduced to our nation. Dirigibles now soar the sky in the south, while locomotives traverse the land in the north. I was convinced that by imitating foreign powers, we could assert our strength and thereby deter invasion. Yet despite my intentions, I failed to understand what I was too eager to cast aside, and the very people I wish to protect. My own journey has taught me that culture isn't a hindrance to progress, but a shared value that binds us, connecting lives and generations. With your blessing, I vow to help Tuli Yolal prosper in a way that honors the hopes and heritage of all her peoples. My esteemed predecessor would accept nothing less. For ultimately, I harbor the same wish as my sister, to give you cause to smile. That
I still want to
my
know why you were
heartfelt
in the
desire.
back row. Should be getting the first row when you were like in the audience. Synced animations.
Glad this didn't go to waste. This is the Lay of Legacy, the part of the Tulihyola saga where you and I become the next Dawn servant.
Good heavens! Don't tell me this is what kept you so busy ahead of the ceremony.
Just so you know, I didn't decide this on a whim. After reflecting on all we've been through, I realized it was the only answer.
With this, both my brother and I have worthy successors. He would have been proud. Of course you knew. It's been 3 years since my brother left us.
It cannot be. The head of reason is no longer with us.
Oh, tragic tidings.
Damn, that is kind of sad.
I didn't want to believe it.
I'm sorry I never told you. We wanted the people to rest easy until our successor could be chosen. Planning the right was my brother's final duty. He was determined for it to serve the nation's best interests, and labored nigh without cease. And then he died, forcing me to do the actual work. A sneaky bastard. But he did well. I have to give him that. The outcome speaks for itself. Though not quite to the original script, your new Dawn servant rises. May they shine resplendent, and their rule bring light ever greater to Tuliolol.
Book Lamont was brilliant up there, wasn't she? The part of the second promise was surprising, but between the two of them, I dare say the new Dawn servant will be capable of anything. There's owls.
Changes in the air, and it's all because of our little firebrand. Every Ilmer father's daughter, that one. I'll be watching where you steer this nation, lass. With what time I've got left.
Wow, that time left was very short. Look, Lamont has truly come down to on her own, has she not? Indeed. Even as she moved the people with her heartfelt words, she retained her charismatic spontaneity, as evidenced by her nomination of Kwana as her fellow Dawn servant. As sudden as it was, I would like to believe she gave it all due consideration. She can do far worse. Kwana completed every feat except the last, and that she only forfeited to help Lamont secure victory. I look forward to seeing how Tuiolo will prosper under their care. Thank you for coming. I could see you all perfectly from up there. That was an impressive speech, Dawn Servant. I told you, no titles. Besides, after everything we've been through together, you're nothing less than family. So like my family does, I would like you to call me Lamati. Oh, don't worry about that. However you say it, I know I'll be... If we do mispronounce it, please correct us. But it will be an honor to call you Lamati. Consider us your Orzian cousin if such notion appeals to you. That's a little embarrassing, but not in a bad way. There's still lots I'd like to say, but I need to make my rounds first. I would like to thank my supporters for who are visiting for an occasion. Could you wait for me there? Of course. Would you join me? What? I want to stick with Cryle. Wonderful. Come and meet me outside the winged walk then. Ready? Let's go. It's our first stop to Aunt Tio's Taco, and not just for a snack, I promise. Rokavu and Mablu should be there. Dawn servant, Wuklamat. Words cannot well express the profound joy of your ascension has brought me. No need for formalities. I'm still the same old me. I shall forego formalities. But I cannot. You are the Dawn servant, too disrespectful if it address you without your due title. As Dawn servant, I'm ordering you to not bother with formalities. Alright then, I won't bother anymore. Could more easily converse with a drunken alpaca. Thank you for helping Wuklama becoming Dawn servant. Political opinions in our community may have been divided, but Dawn Service Ascension presents all with a prime opportunity, which is why I convinced everyone to participate in the commemorative sales campaign. Wonderful plan, no? My first big undertaking as a merchant. I do like the sound of sale, as long as I'm not persuaded to buy too much. It's so good to see you all again. I want to personally thank each of you for your help. The feats of Reed and the feats of Gold were just first true tests as a claimant. If not for your guidance, I would have failed the rite of succession before I fully understood its importance. Now that you've given me a taste of celebrating culture, I can't wait to see what else Toriolo has to offer in Zakteral, for instance. As always, you must observe proper etiquette. I would be happy to offer my service as a tutor should you desire them. I think of no better instructor. I'll be sure to bring Kwana as well. Your duty as Dawn Servant will be plentiful, but don't forget your promise to attend Ihihana next season. I won't miss it. I made a name for myself as a merchant. I come to a palace and tell you I'm all about the biggest sale. I look forward to it. And personally attending the to your alpaca's care, and there we hope to see you at the ranch again. Tell my fluffy flying fiend that Wuklamat will visit soon. We'll have to excuse us. So you haven't seen Fortune around here, have you? A slim fellow with long pointy ears. I saw a man matching the description of the weapon dealer in Bayside Bevy at the company of the Moblin and pair of Yokui, if I remember correctly. Got it. Enjoy festivities, everyone, and the tacos. Wukla Dawn Servant, Viola, honors us with your presence. Thank you for coming, everyone. I know the journey to Toriolo isn't a short one. Long road, worth the travel to congratulate new Dawn Servant. To hear the head of reason has passed brings me sorrow, but we who remember him will ensure he lives on. May the accolades of the be as offering to the future he envisioned. The High Luminary I attend on behalf of Warlord Echo, and had our people come to in masses, we would have been an obstruction. Nonsense, you're always welcome, all of you. This is your city as much as anyone's. Glad to see you hale and whole, Fiola. Though I know a little of the particulars, I can only imagine the latest adventure has been both long and colorful, beginning the near shipwreck, if you'll remember. Yet here we stand, celebrating the ascension to your claimant. When my journey began, I thought only of preserving the peace that my father worked so hard to create. But the feats of Potts and the feats of Pruth and the feats of Ice showed me that the peace is not simply the absence of war. Being able to live together in the safety and happiness, that was what my father envisioned for this nation. That's the Turiolo I want for you all. So I promise you this, as Dawn Servant, I will do everything I can to bring that same happiness to the bandits of Kozama Uka and the Yokui Shirwager Saltran. I won't forsake them. As I was moved by your father's influence, so too will be, may the Shirwager come to accept your peace. Their beliefs have stood for millennium, while not easily shifted, neither are they immutable. I can be pretty determined, and they'll come around eventually, mark my words. Can vouch for the efficacy of such determinations. Thanks to the Moblin's hospitality, I have been able to rediscover the joy of my craft and honor my father's legacy. Now that good living is secured, the village overflows with field smiles. Such cooperation between help hands and pot swarm is very spirit of a healthy pot pact. A partner like yours is bound to be fruitful. I look forward to seeing the fantastic pieces you produce. There are some who, some other people I'd like to see, so we should take our leave. Let's try and find Hanmu Ryuk. So Rax, I believe I saw him on the sands below. Gleam Sands, thank you. Enjoy your time in the city, and remember, this will always be your home too. What is this? My, you honor us with a personal visit, Dawn Servant. Congratulating on your ascension. No, none of that. My title may have changed, but I'm still just Will Clemont. More than just, I say. You have grown into a leader fit for the nation. Your father must be proud. I hope so, but big events like this makes me wonder, you know, what my birth parents might say if they knew. Imagine that they would say that if they filled with hearts with joy to see them wrong. Compassionate woman you have become. I owe you my thanks as well. You fulfilling your promise to me. Told Baklu Jaja to stay with us so he could congratulate you in person. He marched off, muttering something about not being able to face you just yet. Boy needs purpose. Purpose beyond catering to the demands of others. He was always too obligated to his own good. Sure, he'll find his own time, especially if he knows his family is there for him. That we are. By the way, have you seen Keteram anywhere? Tankwa, that is. Keteram, that is. Hey, what's up, Vile? I just heard fireworks somewhere. If a bit exotic, might we called upon him before leaving Mamuk, but he wasn't home. I don't recall seeing him at the ceremony either. The first promise was notable absence as well, though I assumed he required the time to solve his injured pride. Oh yeah? Cool. I'm not doing anything. Everyone thought he would be the one to succeed Papa. My victory must have come as quite a shock to him. As for Tankwa, I'm sure he's around here somewhere or ready to appear when you least expected him. I might stream all day tomorrow. We best be going, but relax, enjoy, and make yourselves home, and come and visit us anytime. Alright, I think I found everyone I could find. Let us return to the others and and the winged walk. That gnome thing is just hella funny. Ooh. Ooh. Welcome back. I hope you didn't rush into your own account.
Seen everyone you wanted to see?
What? This is voiced?
I
Man.
have. Sorry for keeping you all. Now, there's just one last matter. What Kona spoke to you about. I'm sure he made it abundantly clear, but I'm completely serious.
When are you gonna start playing
I
this?
want you to stay in Tulihiola with me.
I don't think I can do that. I'm gonna have to refuse. I'm an adventurer.
I'm not forcing you, of course, but should you wish it, you'll always have a place here.
Okay, good, because I'm not going to.
Ah, that's right. This is for you. A permit granting passage to Shatural, which, as I recall, you've yet to see.
Oh yeah, that's our
An
visa.
adventurer like you could hardly resist, no?
Damn, that was a hard animation.
I can't believe our journey is over already.
Well, I mean, we're still going to the Golden City, right?
You accepted me as a comrade and stood with me to the end. You have my eternal gratitude. Thank you. Well, I had better get going. I need to start learning all my official Dawn servant duties. I'll be sure to share what my old man says about the Golden City too, once he tells me. Till then, feel free to pass the time as you like.
For now, I will remain in Tural. There's someone I'd like to see before returning to Sharlayan.
Okay. Do it quick.
What about the rest of you?
Alize and I also intend to remain a while longer. As educational as this experience has been thus far, we feel
Well, I mean,
there
we
are
still
even
gotta
more
see the
lessons to
Golden
be had from
City.
Garlemald. By hearing about the peace your father facilitated, and then seeing you reforge relations with Mamuk, we were reminded of a profound truth. That is, acceptance begins with understanding.
And, like you demonstrated throughout the rite, there are unexpected yet effective ways for two sides to understand each other. The question is how to encourage it, and by seeing more of this nation born of unity, we hope to find some hints.
Personally, I can hardly wait to learn more about the City of Gold. So, if I may, I'd like to stay in Tuliyolal as well.
Yeah.
By all
Trial,
means.
and
Your rooms are at your
I'm guessing
disposal
most
for as
people
long as you need them.
And what
think
of
the
you?
same.
Thinking of touring Shaktural, perhaps?
Well, yeah, I mean, I want to see that, right?
Of course. You're hardly the type to leave half a continent unexplored.
Then perhaps we could travel together?
I thought you were going back to
Person I intend to
Charlian.
meet is my mentor, so I'll be visiting my
Oh,
hometown
okay.
in
Never
Château.
mind.
If you have no particular destination in mind, I'd be happy to guide you en route.
Then it's farewell for now. Take care, all of you.
Okay, bye. That way I don't have to listen to you talk about being a Dawn servant.
When you're ready, come and meet me at the Shack Toral Skygate.
Okay. Why would you say that and highlight your message? It's a waste of points.
Friends, you hear me? Friends to the end!
When are you gonna play this? Oh, god damn it, it's all the way up there. Oh well. Well, I mean, it's just since last week there's been a graphics update, so past these gates and over the bridge lies Zaktoral. Have your permit? Yes, packed and ready. No last minute stops for the before we leave. Yes, it is very abundant on most things. Mostly it's the lighting. But things like this, it looks like gold now instead of it just a matte thing that's just wrapped around something. And on the floor too. Oh, I mean, this is a bad example, but then like in the old areas, it seems like, you know, the ground is just things that was just wrapped around. Even the rocks and that's attached to the ground, it seems like one big wrap. But now it looks like rock is a rock of its own thing. Is this Mr. Stoic? Yes, it is. This is the gate to the Golden City. 2 decades ago, your father bade me transcribe a letter to a scholar across the salt, petitioning... what? Petitioning the studies of this place. What he discovered was something that the Dawntrail feared enough to seal away forever, or so we thought until the right objective came to the City of Gold. But to think that the Tonqua would be entrusted with this with its safekeeping, had I known the doddering old fool carried a set of keystones, he might have spared ourselves those tiresome feats. Great power sleeps here, and with it you shall remain your birthright. So you say, yet the new Dawn servant succeeded where I could not. Taking their throne will be no easy task. A resilient son underestimates his own potential. There is no need for worry. Oh yeah, what is that thing? I have liberated a key from the Dawn servant's vault. You alone have the means to unlock the gate. You will gain all of their you will gain all you were denied. The right your father shade. These bitter memories shall soon be forgotten. Seize your future promise. Open the gate and become the ruler you were destined to be. This place looks like Assassin's Creed 2. Is some there can hear me? At last. Who's there? Show yourself. If only I could. Alas, the gate will not open for me. Only the key to your possession can connect us. Then you are the guardian of the city's great power? I do not claim this power is great, but the knowledge it possesses enough to realize any desire to remake worlds. Is that so? Aha, ha 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 ha. Fascinating. Name your price then for my desire of this world itself. Yes, yes, the resilient sun rises. Together we shall create a nation worthy of one rule. I don't get it. Why did he do that? Deliver me a new world, one that bends to my will. As you wish, but in exchange... Damn, they're gonna really leave me hanging. I'll unlock these later. Ready to get underway? And present your travel pass to the guard and let us be off. You won't have to wait long to enjoy sightseeing. The bridge to Dawntrail is one wonder in its own right. The gate is barred to save all those expressed permission to one of the Dawn servants. Hi, welcome herself. My apologies, miss. You will wait here just a moment. Damn, I can't believe I have to go through customs. I mean, you don't have to open it all the way. kind of excessive to open it all the way.
Shall we then? On the far side of that great bridge unfolded the wilds of Shaloni, where the sun guides in the Shitona tongue. A harsh guide, to be sure, with its blazing rays scorching the land and hardening its inhabitants. But sweeping change had come to the arid expanse when, beneath its red crust, vast deposits of ceruleum were discovered. Embracing this opportunity, Vau Kona supporters hurtle on, driven by dreams of a future illuminated by blue flame. It is here that our journey continues, our path taking us along winding roads of steel. Each length of track a declaration of hope and ambition.
Dawntrail.
My home, Yasulani, lies past Shaloni. It will be a long journey, but the railroad should make it easier. As for the way to the train station, let's ride these fellows, shall we?
Short on Ronique. Afraid so if one will suffice, I have a creature ready and waiting. If you need two, then you'll have to wait. Why aren't you playing this? I've been acting strange of late, more easily spooked than otherwise disagreeable. Pick out the few fit for a retinue-proving brother some work. They're usually so docile, and the one I saw earlier didn't appear to be unhealthy either, but much has changed since I was last here. Not the best part to start our journey. Still, the train station isn't far. Seeing as we aren't in a hurry, let's go on foot. I mean, I have a chocobo. About that, sir, we have troubled as you look. It's not only the rotique that you've been giving us trouble. Other wildlife has other signs of aggressions too. Merchant should be returning soon with one of our beasts. Stick around till they do. Your offer is much more appreciated, but I don't think my friend here is particularly concerned about the wildlife. This is your first time in Shaolani. I can understand your enthusiasm. It'll be a shame to not ride one at least once while you're here. If we're to give you the authentic Shaolani experience, I suppose it's worth the wait. Change of plans. There's a small town nearby. We can pass the time there while waiting. Take it, you're heading to Husatwawi. Then I will have the man to bring the rotique over there. Let's mind you around the drunkards and troublemakers, eh? Oh, Sierra was a little more than a cap with a shop or 3.
Well, well. It's become a proper town.
That's a saloon.
Now hold on a minute.
Some sort of trouble.
I'm talking to you, you old bastard.
Give me strength. For the last time, the investigation is closed. There's no refuting the evidence.
I don't give a shit about your evidence, you lying scum. You release my friends, or I'll make you wish you had.
Let me remind you who the scum is here. Your friends, who had the temerity to point their firearms at me, the deputy chief of the Dust Watch. And after taking them into custody, what should we discover but incontrovertible proof that they had committed larceny? They will not be released until they've paid for their crimes.
I'd heard the peacekeeping force had been formed to deal with growing lawlessness. Seems the situation is bad indeed.
Still can't get up a fuss, eh? Sounds like poor Zekua needs his bottle.
Sure he wouldn't prefer his mama's teat? Treat me like a child, will you? My friends haven't done anything wrong, damn it! They've been framed!
Oh, stubborn little runt. Listen here, Zekua. If you want to be treated like an adult, then you'd best comport yourself like one. That means respecting the rule of law. Order may be precarious here in Shaloni, but it can be had if each man does the right thing. And for those that don't, well, they have to answer to the Dust Watch. Now run along and think before you cast aspersions next time. Lest you hurt my feelings.
Fine. If that's how it's gonna be.
I wouldn't if I were you.
Oh, what the fuck?
Is that?
There's a time to fight and a time to withdraw. For you, that's now.
What? Hey!
What are you doing, Zekua? You better not be stirring up trouble.
Wahute! You sack of Ronek shit! This ain't over! You hear me?
You want to tell me what that was about?
Nothing that need concern you, sir. Zekoa is simply struggling to come to terms with the low character of his friends. But for good measure, I'll have the men keep an eye on him.
Yes, you do that.
Now, if you'll excuse me, I'll go make my rounds.
I wasn't expecting to see your faces among the crowd. Talk is rife there's a new Dawn servant. Take it you found it then. The Golden City.
Aye, the contest is over. And as I needed to return home to Yasulani, I offered to show our friends some of Shak Tural. What brings you north?
Nothing in particular. Just seeing what there is to see. Gulul Jaja compensated me rather generously for our duel. I'll be able to enjoy a comfortable life on the road for the foreseeable future. But for now, I shall be moving on.
I'm still don't know why you're
I
here.
recommend you try the Sabatender. They may not look it. They're surprisingly delicious.
But we don't serve Sabotender here.
By the way, that sign said bar. I can't believe I know how to read some of these now. Yeah, that's a B, that's an A, and that's an R. Well, at least I know how to read the B and the A. I wasn't sure that was an R, but it only makes sense. No sooner do we set out to the we run to the excitement, at least no one was hurt. Had their work cut out for them. As long as I can remember, all disputes, big or small, were selling by dueling. Shaloni really saw an eye to eye. For the better or for worse, it was the simplest way to settle differences. Since most would soon not risk their lives, though. It's encouraged parties to pursue peaceful resolution in roundabout fashion. The Dustwatch was likely established by supporters of Koana, referring peace to enforce through the formal rules of law. A reasonable stance, all things considered. If things got out of hand, the Landsguard would force to step in. The freedom they have now would be lost under Zoraja's authority. All which to say that unless the lengthening stay in jail halls appeals to you, be mindful of how you handle your arms in town. I'd like to thank the stableman that arrived on Rakti by now. And check if you want to have a look around, then be my guest. A fiend, I take it. Sorry to kept you both waiting. Really, while it's not only source of a recent distress, I'm afraid all has been rise to robberies targeting merchants. As a reals, we got a lathing list of folks wanting to use our Ruknik, which is why I have to ask you to stop Wedzy Springs. That's why we have the Dust Watch dealt with this banditry. Kimaka and his fellows are doing what they can. They can reckon with the bandits operating in the gang. Round them up, all easier said than done. If you have anything of value you want to take care, if you're ready to set up, I'll see you on your way. It's your first time, so let's take it slow. Try not to let it toss you. 22 struck down how much Loani has changed. The town we visited wasn't even here several years ago. Few reliable opportunities to replenish water supplies. Travelers turn to no polytenders. Not just the water in the stem's mine, the fruit is also said to be both nutritious and delicious. See that hole there? Might hope to find water there, but it's brimming. The eruption of flames from within makes a spectacle inspiring cautionary tales who wander too close. Meanwhile, shows great reverence to ceruleum and its blue flames. And it's for another time. We're here. Good thing for these, Ronique. No sooner did they dismount other than the passengers are already on their way. They really are short on Ronique. Now then. The Sheshenwadzi Springs, perhaps the busiest town here in Shaloani. People travel here from all over hoping to find their fortune. The change come to Swanley was surprising enough, but this is no less impressive. They achieved a great deal within the 3 years I've been away. The station is on the eastern side of town, but you should still be on time before the next train departs. If you don't mind, I'd like you to pay a visit to an old friend of my mentor. Yate is her name, and if she's learning that I passed through without saying a word, she'll never let me hear the end of it. She set out from our village some 10 years ago, hoping to earn coin as she traveled in Terrell, but I can assume she too came here seeking a greater opportunity. In any case, let us see what we can find her. Her blue hair should make her easy to spot. Damn, locking all these aetheryte crystals really fast. should go get this. Really, dude? Northeast. But it's not on a meaningful time. Southeast. Oh, screw it. I'll get it later. Is this person outside? Oh. Yes, I'm Yate. Who might you be? She's my friend. Could it be? Goodness, it is. Ellen Aronville, yes. A man grown. You were such a dear little thing as a child. You know, it's only been 3 years since we last spoke. Really, only 3. I suppose it's all starts to get hazy after a while, living as long as we do. Well, it is Yate. She's known my mentor since they were children. Nice to meet you. Never thought I'd see the day when you travel with company. You really have grown. Ellen Pia. Ellen and what now? I was born Elena Shpia. I adopted a new name when I became a gleaner, one that adheres to Eastern Vieira Convention so as to avoid drawing attention. Given that is a homecoming, it was only a matter of time before you found out. Nevertheless, I would appreciate it if you would continue using my chosen name. A homecoming, you know, I've been thinking about paying the old stomping grounds a visit myself. It'll be good to see Kachiua again. She's the finest archer I know. Lenchia's mother and mentor. Every time I dropped by, she treated us to a veritable feast prepared with the fresh game she hunted herself. Impressive with the bow too, Yate, even among the Shitona. Good compared to Chachua, but her skill at arms pales in comparison to her knowledge of nature. It's what earned her place among the Gulu Jaja's traveling companion after all. Always the inquisitive sort, but her journey across Tyrol lit a fire in her. After Ellen was born, she often left him with my care so that she could embark on another expedition in search for the unknown. How would you cry and beg her to take along? It must have been hard for you. We're friends, aren't we? Aren't we? No matter how many times he asks, the answer is always the same. You can come when you prove you're a true explorer. She tasked me in finding the Golden City. Despite my best efforts, all paths led nowhere. I assumed it was but a dreamer's fancy, a ploy to gold me into experiencing the wider world. But it was real, and we found it. As part of the rite of succession, I assume everyone had heard. It's amazing! Oh, she'll be thrilled. Eager to bombard me with questions, no doubt. Should all be on our way. Thank you so much for stopping by. Give my best. I need help. What's that about? I'll investigate. Please wait here. No doubt these are infamous local bandits. Please, you have to help. I've been robbed. It's Namika Wuklamat's nursemaid, Aaronville. Come and we'll slit her throat from ear to ear. If you're so much to nick her skin, you won't live to regret it. Wuklamat's nursemaid? Maybe this ain't such a good idea. Take the goods to the boss. We'll deal with this. Have to give it back. Why aren't we running? I'm going after Namika. Slot I leave to you. 5 the ears and feeding the old one to the dogs. And deal with them later. First we need to put this one in the dirt. Oh, you gotta use a shield. Thank you. I don't know what would I've done without you. I managed to get away, but I have an idea where they're headed. Said they stole something from you. The bracelet was a parting gift from Loktamat. See, close as you were, I only imagined how much it meant to you, but what brings you all this way? The rite of succession ended, and Loktamat crowned the next Dawntrail, and she's ready to stand on her own. Told her as much, and my plans to return to Sulani. She gave me the bracelet. I'll always remember our time together. me with so much joy. I want everyone to know and everyone to see this wonderful gift given to me by the vow of resolve, and now it's gone. But let them take every coin in my name. If only left me that bracelet. Now we have to do some errands. What else do you intend to do? But I know that look. Put yourself in harm's way for my sake. And sure, no harm will come to us. We'll make certain of that. How do they not know about what happened? Understand your methods can be a burial, but it would be wise to shun restraint. If you find yourself on the wrong side of the law, perhaps I would come as well. I should be sure all proceeds as it should. I don't know what to say. I can see why Lokomata put so much faith in you both. So what were they doing during like the end times? Before anything else, I like to see the Louise Springs will be safer in town. With Gate there to keep an eye on her, we should have nothing to worry about. Told me what happened. You needn't worry about Namika. If those bandits should find us, I'll kick the fuss and see them driven off. The bracelet meant everything to her, and those bastards even come in you. It makes me sick. Let's go to recover that bracelet. We have nothing but contempt of these bandits and absolves a gift from Oklahoma. We must be mindful on how our actions might reflect upon her. I doubt Namku will find joy and return to said gift taken in the process. If it comes to violence, you need to stop short of killing them. The rest we can leave to Dustwatch. You saved a star. That's a bold claim to make, but if true, that certainly speaks to your strength. If you're curious what have been stated, then please indulge mine. Is there anything you can tell us about these bandits? Well, of late, there's been talk about some unsavory types coming and going from Tonateyawi to the southwest. Mining town that was abandoned? The ceruleum extraction is big business. No one wants to waste their time picking at dried up veins there. We'll be investigating the place. I can let Dustwatch know if you like. Yeah, it would be best if we went alone. Something I like to ascertain. If you've no objections, let be off. Seems these bands have claimed this place for themselves. Made no attempt to conceal the presence. How can the Dustwatch not have noticed by now? Question is another time. We must use the bracelet. Find the bracelet. I don't see the band who had it. Perhaps they're on one of the buildings. Should prove a simple thing to eavesdrops on anyone inside. If you would go and look around, I'll keep watch for your trouble. To lean in to listen, you begin to pick out the voice and muffled chatter. And without him, probably shuffling around, prying we'd strike it rich. Ain't the truth. Only an idiot would work in the mines with the easier money to be had. Keep the Dustwatch off our backs. Ha. That's what you say. The wind's got ways of carrying secrets to the wrong ear. I believes one of them saintly souls was running in our crew. By your story with the gold-shitting alpaca, am I right? Me out of here, you bastard. Shut your mouth, you swiveling little... Make me. I'll get you all back for framing my friends. The vultures most of all, you tell him he can eat shit. How about we give you the chance to tell him yourself? You'll see how tough you are then. Brought your back a prize you're gonna love, boss. Have a look at the bracelet. Beautiful, isn't it? Made by the famous artisan. Are we supposed to move something like this without attracting attention? Reckon we could sailor who won't ask questions, sell it for a song. Here, your reward. Don't bring me this kind of grief again. Well, boss, thank you. Oh. Let's retreat for now. I'm gonna get caught. Oh, never mind. Came all the way out here. Have to learn anything? Man is a man of the Dust Watch? And why the band has been able to do as they please, and you say they gave the bracelet to him? It seems like we have our work cut out for us. Do you hear anything else? Sokoa, that's the boy who confronted one of the officers in town, isn't it? Say they threatened to take him to speak with the virtue of Vulture, their leader's alias, no doubt, killing the man who's prey on the helpless. Oh no, not only do we have a better idea who's behind the recent rash of robberies, and we don't know who has the bracelet. Retrieving it without bloodshed would be difficult, though. If that's the quick and if he's that quick to point a gun at his own underlings. Right, if we confront the henchmen around, the violent outcome will be all but guaranteed. Oops. There's a small settlement in the southeast of here. Uwantinia Walsa. Meet me there and I'll explain everything. I'm gonna guess I'm supposed to come here like pretty much immediately afterwards. Retreat the village without confidence will be done bragging in through those front doors. We'll have to lure them out. To do that, okay. In breeding season, you see males will flock to the scent of a female in heat. Alright. Like the excrements, while you do that, we'll go and procure the remaining ingredients. Say anything, I do not ask this because of the version of the feces. Okay. And you'll handle the rest. I think there's none down here. I can't see anything because it's so cloudy. And already, yeah. This will do nicely. Let's just make the feces with the tumble claw fiber. Let's go back to, alright. A number of appears to be gathered inside. Now's our chance. Toss it to the bonfire near the middle of the town. I'll come soon after. What's that smell? That reeks. What did you put in that fire? Wasn't me, I swear. Did something die? That would mean like... Someone want to explain the ungodly stench to me? Oh shoot. Over there. What drew them here? I swear I'll find out who did this. Wait, where did you come from? What's going on out there? We'll be back for you. Sakoa, gonna help me or what? Let's break him out and withdraw for now. How come the birds are not afraid of us, or are not attacking us though? To show for it. But damn, I didn't think I wanted to have the boss to take out the vulture. They're planning to save you eventually. I don't even know who you are. You secret admirer mine or something? Just having fun with you. I do appreciate the help. This man called the Vulture. Seen his face before. He was not an officer you confronted in town. He's once the same. When he was masquerading as gang leader, he serves the deputy chief as the Dust Watch. I explain why the bandits are so confident they can avoid capture. Trying to get back something the Vulture stole, right? Let me help it. It's the least I can do after bailing out of back there. I have an idea where he hid his cash. Alright. I don't doubt that you do, but we need to know what it is first. The bandits in Tonetenyawi, they call it the Daybreakers, and it was me and my friends that founded the group. But it wasn't a gang of cutthroats, not back then. He just wanted to protect people who couldn't protect themselves. Kids that harassing by bullies, workers being exploited by the mining concerns, folks who needed to help even the odds. that was 3 years ago, and whenever we found someone scheming in the shadows, we meddled matters the best way we knew how, with a duel. See, by the old laws, anyone who loses a duel must held accounted for their crimes, even those position of authority. We made them damn sure that they did every time. Before we knew it, our small band of friends commanded a force that could be reckoned with. Then about a year ago, the vultures and his thugs showed up. They got the better of us and took down the Daybreakers. Everyone was afraid of him, so did the bidding without question. But when he showed them how they could be a fortune easily, that was when he really won them over. Now the Daybreaker is nothing but a bunch of bandits and cutthroats who prey on the people it was created to protect. I talked it over with my friends, and we all agreed the only way to stop him was to challenge him to a duel, and he accepted. And remember how gloated that he'd win. When the date came, he showed up with the dust watch and then my friend's arrest on charge of robbery. If it wasn't enough, he set their bill at a price no one could never hope to pay. There's no one left to help me, none with my old friends from the day watch, and certainly not the dust watch. That's why you were ready to challenge him in the middle of town. Until that guy's spear stopped me. No sooner did I step out of town when the vulture's minion caught me by surprise. They took me a prisoner and then, well, you know the rest. Are they all working for the vultures then? The sheriff, Kemaka, he's as honest as they come, the stauncher keeper of the peace. Problem is, he's a little too trusting and doesn't suspect a thing. If it were my words against the deputy chiefs, who would think he'd beat leave? Knows his vultures keep his spoils. Perhaps he can help us recover Namika's bracelet. What do you think? But of sorts, I have a plan. I can't do it alone. Light asks for you to hear me out, but not here. I'll be waiting for you at the Schwarzsee Springs. I expect he'll show up soon. Looks expectantly too, bro. Look who it is. Only good thing seems risky, but I suppose it's an option for somebody with his authority. The smallest is rolling barrels where no one could think to look. They maxed in with the regular shipments of fuel to Turiolo where they're sold off. He stole the bracelet of yours, right? If he knows you're in his tail, chances you're eager to get what he can for it. I doubt he'll trust a lackey with the business, given the provenance of the piece. No, I wager he's not letting the bracelet out of his sight until he's got a coin in hand. Glad you're more than an impulsive child. There's a lesson to that. Vulture's a slippery bastard. If he's going to catch him, we need to back him to a corner with hard evidence. That's my plan. Need to lure him away from there, and this will be ideal for that. I need to help me, time for others to search the barrel for any stolen goods. Using that, we'll expose him as a criminal. There's no way if we choose carrying a bracelet, but regardless, there's be enough to find what he's behind barred. Oh, he'll try, and that's when I'll challenge him to a duel. Approach didn't work out so well with your friends, as I recall. True, but unlike before, I'll challenge him in front of the whole town. That way, he won't be able to wiggle out like before. Women and child in the wilds understand the importance of duels and the old laws. Oh yeah? Should go to sleep then. It's not as if we'll be using a live rounds, but that's a risk I'm willing to take. Oh damn. Dang. Should go to sleep. Not flaws, but what do you think? Bracelet really important to you, huh? Don't worry, I'll see to get it back. Then go to sleep. I was seen and told into one, so it's probably best stay and search the barrels. Yeah, but it's not worth your health though. I want to bury your friend as much as possible and make your way to once you've got the I'll take care of the rest. Alright then, let's get to it. Damn, he's in his own world. Yeah. Unfamiliar face in these parts. Have you need of the Dustwatch, miss? Try to rob you, but you apprehend. I see. So desperate to see his friends free from prison. Turn to a life of crime. How awful. My serious thanks, miss. Might trouble you to take me to him. This isn't appropriate for me, a tour guide, but if you insist, comes to thriving cerulean mining industry. The prospect of easy coin has attracted some undesirables, though. Is this the place? I don't see him. This feels blue gold. Beware of the beasts in these parts. They prefer to snack on cerulean, but if you reckon they'll make an exception. wearing awfully thin, miss. In the place we stop, I may be forced to do something you and I wouldn't both dearly regret. You raw needles and all. Cut the chit chat. I don't see him anywhere. Where is Akoa? Where could he have gone? Looking for me. Place me under, you have to work a little harder.
Wahoote! Finally caught up to me, I see.
Well, well, if it isn't our young outlaw. You've taken up stealing, I'm told. Can't say I'm surprised about that, but I am surprised that you'd offer yourself up to be arrested.
Sorry to disappoint, but you're the one who's going to answer for their crimes today.
Hey, that's my jewelry!
And my bag! So you found the stolen goods. That's fine work.
This barrel was at Shisenuetsi Springs, mixed in with others bound for Tuliyola. The Landsguard would have presumed it part of the regular ceruleum shipments and waved it through. And once it reached its destination, it would have been retrieved, and its contents sold for coin.
The audacity. Do we know who's behind this?
As fortune would have it, I spied the leader of this operation being handed one of the stolen items. A bracelet, which Vau Wuklamat had intended for her nursemaid, Namika.
It was from the Vow of Resolve?
Oh, you've seen it then?
No, no, never. And if I knew who had it, I would have arrested the scoundrel.
I saw you with the bracelet.
What's the meaning of this, Wuhute?
Wuhute.
It's a setup, sir. I have the bracelet, yes, but I only 'cause I found it. I swear. They're the real criminals. They concocted this scheme to frame me, so they could get me out of the picture.
If you feel your honor's at stake, there's always the old-fashioned way. The law which folks have used to settle their differences for generations.
You don't mean...
Wuhute, I challenge you to a duel. The winner is right, the loser is wrong. Doesn't get simpler than that.
Yeah, have at it! Let your pistols do the talking! Please, do you honestly believe you can goad me into playing your game?
You refuse then? Huh. A baby alpaca's got more fight than you.
All right, boy. But remember, you asked for this. Come on, Zakawa! Give him what for!
Shouldn't we stop him, Chief? Even if it's just rubber bullets, we're in the middle of town.
Be quiet. Just watch.
Oh, you little shit!
Looks like you've gotten slow in your old age, Vulture.
You and I are going to have a long talk.
I apologize for dueling in the middle of town. If you want to lock me up, then lock me up. But please, let my friends go. They've done nothing wrong.
You drew your gun within town limits. But Wuhute drew first. Far as I'm concerned, you acted in self-defense. You're free to go. As are your friends.
Ha! You're not such a bad guy after all!
Just a man of the wilds, like you. But to think that Wuhute had taken control of the Daybreakers, it pains me that it happened right under my nose.
What are you gonna do about his crew? Some of them are still in Tonatenui.
Those who have broken the law will be taken into custody. But those who haven't will be given the chance to resume walking the straight and narrow. What about you, Zakawa? What do you intend to do now?
Why, what I've always done! Protect the weak and help the helpless. The old-fashioned way.
Here, this was Vawuk Lamotte's gift for someone, wasn't it?
Yes, a person very dear to her.
I suppose this is where we go our separate ways. My thanks again for your help apprehending the vulture.
Being more complicated than expected, but all's well and the end's well. Finally, it's over. Can I have brought him justice without your help? I don't know how I'll repay you. We have a bracelet. Let us return to something Springs. Staying there long and give proper thanks after I find my friends. Personally, thank you so much. It's a part of me I can never hope to replace. I quoted that by a person think more long-standing acquaintances. Regardless of how you chose to describe it, there's no denying the depths of your bond. I'm going to continue to do so. I'm surprised the deputy chief turned out to be the bandits' leader. I always knew something wasn't right about him. Easy claim to make with the gifts in hindsight. I'd like to meet my two best friends, Kikoa and Winnie. Wasn't for you believing Zakoa and doing what you did, we'll still be locked up. I have no idea how satisfying it is to see the bastard Hude just put behind bars. We hope that Zakoa will find a way to get us out. We always have the best of the daybreakers. Was able to convince you two to go along with his plans. Fortunately, our group is smaller now and lacking the strength besides some outlaws. And once you give Dustwatch the slip, the daybreakers will be there. Train night and day and no one get the better of us again. Isn't that right? Teach us how to draw your pistols so fast, won't you? Off chance it doesn't, I'll make sure that everyone can match or beat my speed. You're a great Dan. One of these days, I'll be sure to repay it. On that, you will have my word. Till we meet again. If you excuse me, find a quiet place to rest. Be there a while, yeah, let me know if I can be of assistance. Not planning to take the train home? Has been suspended, didn't I tell you? No. And no such thing, something about the tracks being damaged in the last quake. The tunnel was closed as well. Quite a few tremors of late, and rather large ones struck not long before you two arrived. I can only hope no one was hurt. If you want to know when the servers are in, you could speak to the station master yourself. Let's do that. The station is just over there. Seems people aren't too happy about the train delays.
I'm so sorry, but we're not sure when the train will be running again.
You've got to be joking. Of all the places to get stuck at on the way.
Please don't tell me you've come to complain too.
We heard that the earthquake had caused disruptions and wanted to ask when operations would resume. But I see that it will be a while yet.
I'm afraid so. Too few hands for too much work. It's time-consuming enough to inspect the tracks after every quake, but this last one we got after the succession ceremony was massive. Made a mess of a whole bunch of railroad ties.
The succession ceremony? We would have been in Tuliolal at the time. If it was as violent as you say, we should have felt it as well.
I have to admit, it was a touch strange, having seen my fair share of tremors. If I had to describe it, it felt more like the rumbling from an explosion.
Is there anything I can do to help?
Seriously? You're offering to help?
What about you, my friend? If you'd rather strike out on your own, I understand.
Though, if you were willing to lend us a hand too, we'd be truly tremendously grateful. Thank you! Thank you so much! I'm Shenza, by the way. Pleasure to make your acquaintance.
Oh no, it's the train arc.
Please step inside. I can introduce you to everyone.
Sorry for dragging you into this.
There they are. That's them, the two volunteers. Walika is our station master, and over there is our top driver, Nitoikwe. And this grizzled mug is Zapia, an engineer who joined around the same time as me.
Much obliged for the help. I'll make it worth your while, I promise.
Oh, they do look
Something
alike.
the matter?
It's like a reflection.
Trolleys? They're fine, I suppose, but they're no match for our cerulean-powered engine.
She's absolutely glorious, let me tell you. If you'd like to bask in her beauty, well, you should visit the depot behind the platform.
Right then. What I'd like you two to do is help us procure timber. We'll be using it to fashion new railroad ties, so it needs to be the strongest stuff we can get. In these parts, that means the trees in the Piata-Yonan Plain. It is Hetsaro territory, though, so we need to get their permission first. Come on, no time to waste.
Snows a number in lives in Eskimos have never visited home of Starro. They live largely in accordance to the older traditions, but they may have dimmed the views of the railroads. Come on, let's follow Walika. Station way, so be sure to drop in. Trains will be in depots, so you can still see it from the outside. I'm kind of taking the sleek design of the head end myself, though it will be through the windows. Suppose no harping and stopping on the station. It's on that way after all. This is such a wild place. I just saw a dog fly by. Train is an impressive sight. How easy it must be to ship good throughout the wilds now, right? Should be the northeast of here. Let's continue on. Village is up ahead. Truth be told, I never had a direct link with people of been so on, so its traditions meet the deal to them. So does the land. Oh. Such a lovely clean air. It seems like a treat after the overpowering cerulean of... It's just a pristine. It's paradise for people and animals both. So you appreciate the blessing of natures as we do. Travelers and welcome. Wow, Chief of Mimoska, and then this is my son, Shepeto. Thank you for the warm welcome and apologize for a sudden intrusion. I'm Walika Station Master Zuctarel Railing. The recent earthquake has damaged our tracks and we require timber to make repairs. I have volunteered to assist us with the restoration efforts. The most curious air about you, of oil and steel, tanner leather, and finest hint of fresh fruit, and any sort of which I am familiar. I gather you are not from these lands. I'd love to know more about you and your lands you have seen. Told your people hold tradition to the highest. Yeah, I gather you are curious about those others as well. But of course, nature is boundless, and our love for her land and her children, the sterile and Persian, have done much guide our way of life. We're to hunt, to gather, to lay our heads. The star teaches all these things and more. It is for that reason I believe that we are attuned to the shifting winds around us. Are there any creatures revered as sterols among the sterols here? We look for the routine of guidance. However, you may have gleaned on our senses to aetherites, which we were committed to our tradition. This does not mean we reject all outside influences. But here are certain things that will give us pause. We will furnish you with the timbers you require, but first, as neighbors in this land, we ask you to indulge us in a discussion. Do not often receive guests come as such a long way. My son, is always a delight to hear these tales. Now, if you'll follow me. Speak frankly, we fear the winds of change will soon bring misfortune to the land. Have made the potential of danger plain. I've heard their temperance has become erratic of late. Stable man near Swallow mentioned that. Do you want to know what caused this? Have our suspicion. Since others are drawn to this land as ceruleum, Shaloani has gone underground the transformation. The railroads are part of that. Strong and resilient as they may seem, are sensitive creatures. The roar of the train as it thunders through the plains may well cause them distress. We do not necessarily reject outside influences or innovations, but in this we can't help but worry. Miss Manley, I thank you for being on foresight. Matter of concerns only of the sterile, but all of Shaloani. You should bring them to the attention of Val Koana. Koana, you say. We know him only through rumors, but he is apparently, how should I put this? Hard-headed and aloof. He values technology advancements and efficiency to the detriment of all else. Mind your tongue. While there is a grain of truth to the rumors, he's not nearly as bad as they make him out to be. So in the course of traveling with him, you witness him to change in your own eyes. Thought through Vo Koana to the right of succession, take her word, never rumors. Part in the right of succession? Not close to the Dawn servants, I was grateful for any help, but I had no idea I'd recruit a bona fide hero. Successor of the Dawn servant filled us with the uncertainty of the future, but there is clearly much we need we do not know. On this particular occasion, the wind of change are not meant to be feared. No, we must open our hearts and minds that we might see Val Koana for who he truly is. His father offered us guidance. I'm hopeful we will do the same. Our hearings and allaying our concerns. I'm glad we could speak. As for your timber, we have freshly cut logs near the lake. Please take all that you require. Promise we'll keep the reckoning foremost to our minds as we continue working to the railroad, and if needs be, we'll seek Val Koana's counsel. Oops. Thanks to you and your timber, we shall endeavor to return the favor. or enough timber to fix the tiles. We need to transfer it to the station, which will be a bit more involved than I thought. I didn't expect we'd been given so much. For spell, I'll round up more hands on Eek. I won't be long. Uh-oh. Glad that went well. And thankfully, it seems we won't need to make several trips for the timber. In regards to the pile of timber and undisguised wariness. Wait, we can start moving the timber somewhere more accessible. Should take long or split the work. I'll have 2 minutes to complete the test. Alright. Damn, that's a big ass crate. I think this will be enough. Mighty kind of you to remove all that lumber, so we didn't make it back sooner. So repair the tracks. We'll have you on the first train out of town. We'll have to make it so there aren't any spots available. Have to wait for the one after, I'm afraid. You'll be riding free of charge. It's the least we can repay you for your kindness. And no few others. Well, yeah, it's only right we go before us. Stop by and see the train off. It's a breathtaking sight, let me tell you. Find somewhere near past the time. If there's anything else, okay, I'll leave it up to you. Oh, I didn't attune. Wow. Had your fills for the site, well, appears to have almost finished. Oh shoot, okay.
glorious grand machine indeed. I hope Namika was able to secure a seat.
Here she comes!
Thanks to you, we managed to resume service much faster than anticipated. You have our gratitude.
There's nothing so enchanting as a cerulean-powered engine in motion.
Ain't that the truth? Don't think I'll ever tire of watching them chugging along. They make wagons look like toys.
And so long as we can lay the tracks, she can go on and on and on. Before you know it, she'll be crossing the entire continent.
Railroads are a somewhat recent addition to Tyrol. As it stands, we can only ferry folks as far as Yasolani. And from an operational standpoint, we still have much to learn. There's always some problem or another to deal with. But we'll keep working at it. We'll hone our craft and continue expanding till one day, our trains are running coast to coast. That's the ultimate dream. Goodness, I completely lost track of time. By now, I expect the train will be nearing Yasolani. When it returns, we'll see you on your way. So if you've got any preparations to make, you better make them quick.
Not another one!
You can't be serious.
It's like a rift.
Gods have mercy.
Oh shit, it's Dalaran.
What in the flying? What's happening?
The train, Nitowikwe and the others.
My home lies that way as well.
Dalaran from World of Warcraft. Oh shit, it's like StarCraft.
What in the world?
I feel like the design's more complex than Halo. I We need to get back right away. Need to follow that airship. Man, now I'm like super confused. And what the fuck was that giant pyramid I discovered under the cave?
Heavens forfend.
Damn, we came all the way back
They're
here.
here. Good, good. They came from the sky and attacked without any warning. The people need our help.
What, this is a level 96 quest, I think. So we are over the halfway mark.
Can you stand?
Try to remain calm, everyone.
What the?
I don't know what they are, but they're not men.
Someone help me, please! Oh. Oh.
Bastard!
What did it just do?
Thank you.
Save the things. Just get to safety. I'll hold the line here. Fall back to the palace. Quickly, before it's overrun.
Thank you, Bakul Jaja.
What the hell is going on? This just came out of nowhere.
This is simply how I do things now. So, who wants to shave my blade next?
It's the girl from the trailer.
that you should still live.
Sriracha?
Oh, so that's what it was about.
By the gods, what has happened to you?
This is your butchery, isn't it? After everything you've done in service to the throne, how could you betray us?
I thought he got attacked.
My demand is simple. The dissolution of Tuli Yolal and surrender of all its territories. Refuse, and I will kill every last one of you.
Have you gone mad?
No. My ambition remains unchanged. To teach the masses the folly of war, that they cry out for peace, and thus unite the world.
What has changed you so much, and in so short a time? To harm
Oh no, he's gonna die.
you swore to serve. This is an unforgivable deed committed by my son. My son!
You have heard my ultimatum.
And you will have my answer. By my hands, I will end your madness.
Papa, wait! I should be the one to do this.
No. His sins are mine to bear.
Fear not. Ozoralja is strong. He has never been father's equal in combat.
But he has technology.
I believed you long dead. To have the chance to kill you myself is an unforeseen blessing.
Farewell, Zoralja, my son. And forgive me.
Don't tell me he's still alive.
Despite his old age,
The mighty Gulul Jaja remains a fearsome foe indeed. You retain the vitality of two souls, despite the passing of one. I shall even the odds.
Papa?
Even the blessed are mortal.
Father!
You are no match for me.
Murderer. On my honor, as vow of resolve, I'll make you pay!
So the once faint-hearted girl would live up to her title. Very well. If only to demonstrate the disparity between us, I give you a chance to prove yourself. Rally the entirety of your strength. Lay siege to my kingdom. Strike me down, like I did father. Then, will you be his worthy successor?
Thralcha, wait!
My warships will remain in your skies. When you fail to prove your worth, I shall order them to lay waste to Tuli Yolal. Choose your next steps wisely.
Dang, I hella forgot about him interacting with that pyramid. How could this has happened?
saving.
Father, please. You can't give up.
Are you there, oh friend?
I'm right here. I'm right here.
Look after my children.
What? I'm an old fossil like you. I've only got so many years left. But if that's what you want, it would be an honor.
You and I must go on another journey together someday.
Aye, you can count on it.
Oglamat. Kona.
Yes, Papa.
The graves of the Yokwi. You saw them, yes? I always found their teachings comforting.
Please, Father, you must save your strength.
Our flesh may wither and die, but so long as we are remembered, we are never truly gone. Through you, my hopes survive. Through you, I live on. So do not mourn me. Walk tall and see our nation to a brighter future.
Dang. Bring you word from the city. The city has the enemy has withdrawn and the Lance Guards has begun rendering aid to the people. Within our ranks have hindered progress, and we continue to do all that we can. Thank you for your report. Please inform the guard there are to prioritize such efforts until further notice. The people, I need to help them. assist in whatever we can, of course. Thank you. There will be a wounded every arm, more than I can count. Split, help them, but you can count on us. Take the Bayside Bevy and cry on Nerville with a palace perimeter. Or if you want to be, please come back to Wrestling Quarter with me. We'll all meet back here afterwards. Dang it, paint is better now, but I can't stop shaking. Where did they come from? Why did they attack us? Thought it was done for. I heard something disturbing. It looks like a Roja. Those soldiers, they look like people that they killed and killed with no hesitation. They attack us again. How can we hope to defend ourselves? Oh, damn. Failed to why did so many have to die? We're in Woke Lamats and Woke Koro now. finish aiding the people here. There were children among the wounded. Children. And now is not the time. There are still others who need help. Could you go and see how things are Talon March, and afterwards go and find Alice at Bayside Bevy? Red scorch marks on the ground are doubtless from the enemy assault. As whether the chaos that was the worst has been strewn across the floor. Heart remains unscattered, but the enemy ships continue to loom overhead. All those I could, it seems like, delivered to the Landsguard's care. Many casualty as there are, it would have been worse if the Landsguard hasn't fought as bravely as they did. Sorga actually meant to harm the people. I mean, look around, the buildings are hardly damaged. It's more to incite fear, to show that they could strike whenever he pleases, but we can discuss that later. After what happened to her father, she's trying hard to fulfill her duty to the people. Everyone has their limits. Mentioned seeing her head towards the shore. Perhaps she's gone to the Gleamlands.
Steady now. I've brought you medicine. Drink.
There you are, Lamachi. I was beginning to...
Come on. Come on. Take it. Please.
Lamachi. Lamachi!
Oh.
Look at me, Lamati. You need rest. You and her both. I will tend to this soul.
But my people, I have to help them.
The Landsguard have matters well in hand. Trust in them. If there's another attack, your people will need you to protect them. They'll need you to be sharp. So please rest. Consider it your duty.
I stood before them all. Said that we'd build a nation where everyone knows happiness. So much for that promise. What good is a vow of resolve who cannot save her people?
I mean, I did say we should check out the City of Gold.
You'll stick with me. Thank you. My head's a little clearer now. I need to concentrate on what I can do rather than what I can't. We've dealt with unfriendly factions before, from Yokwista longing for conquest to adherents of blessed siblings, people who are unwilling to listen.
And also fought 12
Even
gods
so,
and
I believe that by learning about one another
and a world-ending
and
bird.
engaging in good faith, we could peacefully settle our differences. And we did. My brother is different. There will be no reasoning with him. He killed our people, our father. He'll stop at nothing to achieve his goal. What's more, he has power. The power to destroy the peace we've worked so hard to preserve. If I'm to protect that peace, then I must fight. I must confront Zorolja and kill him.
Just need a moment to settle my nerves. Thank you for being here for me and urging me to despite all my sulking. Just floating ships, the new power Zolroja commands. Given everything he's done, intends to do. I come forward to run, heading home into battle. Not this time. I cannot let this terrible pain in my heart lead me astray. Start talking strategy to Koana. However we decide to proceed, I want you all to be aware of it. Yeah, I'll say I'll be alright. She'll probably be at Bayside Bevy. By that I mean Nomi Laventy is feeling better. She needs to be strong for the I don't understand, but she have to do that alone. She tends to fight, we fight together. That said, I don't know exactly what we're up against. The falling soldiers. It's clearly not a person, but it doesn't look any automation or magic tech weapon I've ever seen. As far as why you traveled, encountered something similar before. Would you mind taking a closer look and maybe yield some clues to Zoralja's new power? A strange signal on the front of the helm. From a distance, it appears to be a simple armor, but upon closer inspection, its construction is quite intricate. From where it's made is unclear. It's no signs of a power source. Shape of a weapon resembles a gun, but its construction side is far more advanced than anything you've ever seen before. So what do you think? Looks like a person, but it's clearly mechanical. While it resembles the person, features makes it uncanny. The lack of face, not least at all. Did it see any signs of power source? So it probably doesn't run on cerulean or any other conventional fuels. Tried channeling Aether into it earlier, but it has no response. That would seem to rule out any arcane entity. It's completely lifeless now, as far cry from unstoppable enemies as it was in battle. Material it's made of its mystery. Rather than metal, it's more akin to stone. Wait, haven't we seen this somewhere recently? Yeah. Glowing stone used to chapter in the gate of the Golden City. Soldier is a different color. The warships are the same black as the stone of the gate itself. And there has to be a connection. Let's share the observation with the others. Get to the bottom of the mystery, the better.
Thank you for coming, everyone. And thank you for taking charge in the relief effort. We would have fared far worse without you.
Someone had to do it, that's all. Come, let's take stock.
In terms of casualties, at least 50 died in the attack. And many times that number are wounded. All available healers are seen to their care. Structural damage at least is limited, so essential business can be conducted without issue. That said, the people are understandably shaken. We must assuage their fears and begin working to restore things to normal as quickly as possible.
Now, the most confounding mystery remains our enemy. And their mechanical soldiers created with technology that surpasses anything I've ever seen. What is their nature? And how did Zoralja manage to bring them under his command? Such things remain unknown.
They emerged from the dome encasing Yasolani. We're quite certain of that much.
Speaking of the dome, we have some theories, I'm told.
Indeed. I would like to call upon some helpers to join the discussion. May I invite them here?
By all means.
It's me. Permission has been granted. You can come in.
Greetings, everyone.
Oh no. It's Graha. It is. Oh.
Raha! Y'shtola! After that long voyage, I had hoped that we might be afforded a moment's rest, but I gather circumstances are quite dire.
All is well in the Annex, never fear. I've already dealt with the most pressing matters, and others hold the fort in my absence.
Following the changing of Dawn servants, Gulul Jar Jar spoke about the Golden City to his two successors. Thanks to Wuklamat, I was allowed to attend that meeting. What I heard led me to conclude that this was a matter for the students. Thus did I call upon our comrades who possess the requisite expertise. It was actually after that the dome manifested. But, based on what we know, I have reason to believe that it is connected to the Golden City.
While we're eager to help, we have limited familiarity with the situation. Might we trouble you to explain from the beginning?
As you know, it was a letter I found tucked away in the Baldessian Annex that brought me to Taral. A letter from the Dawn servant addressed to my grandfather, sent some 20 years ago.
The request to investigate the City of Gold.
Indeed. The strange thing is, there was mention of neither Taral nor the city in our records. Hoping to learn the truth of my grandfather's mission, what he did and saw, I volunteered to help in the rite of succession. At the end of which, I was able to hear the tale from Gulul Jar Jar. Like us, my grandfather went to the deepest chamber of the Sky Deep Cenote. And, like us, he saw the gate to the Golden City.
Is that what you required our help with? This gate?
It was. You see, the gate was opened once in the past. And
It led to another reflection.
I can take the story from here. Considering my part in these affairs, I reckon maybe I'm best equipped to speak on the matter. I was there too, you see. In those ruins, together with Galuf and Galul Jaja. And what I saw that day, I'll never forget.
I still don't know what happened to you. You were attacked.
This black stone is remarkable. I cannot help but wonder if the structures in this part of the ruins were built by a completely different civilization.
It was over 1,000 years ago that the giants mined here. Their records make no mention of glowing stones.
It harbors high concentrations of ether, and on the surface are what appear to be arcane patterns. They aren't Allegan, or Mahi, or Nemean. If anything, they put me in mind of the calculations of the South Sea Islanders, but even then...
Seven hells! What did you do?
Nothing.
An earthquake?
This is such Assassin's Creed 2.
None of this has ever happened before.
A void gate? Nay, this is different.
Are these like paternal Lalafels? And a baby Lalafell? But what brought them through the gate?
Baby? Now hold on. Why would you...
What's this?
What is this? Who are you?
What's happening? Why are they doing this? Who are they? Oh, don't tell me that's Cryle. A baby.
Though it never opened again, Galuf continued to study the gate for years after that, hoping to learn something of value. All he could conclude was that it was built with unknown technology, and that it led to another world, one apart from the Void. We'd assumed the ruins themselves were the Golden City, only to discover that the real prize actually lay beyond the gate, and beyond our reach. Couldn't make head nor tail of the artifact either. As it had similar properties to the black stone in the ruins, we were convinced it was important, so Galul Jaja took it to the palace for safekeeping. Galuf, meanwhile, took the baby with him back to Sharlayan and raised her as his own.
Then the child was...
The earring inside the letter to my grandfather. It was apparently found amongst my swaddling clothes.
If this is true, then it means that you hail from another reflection.
So it would seem. I still struggle to take it all in myself. Looking back, Grandfather was always quick to seek distractions whenever I broached the subject. But never would I have guessed anything like this. But enough about me. We have more pressing matters.
The forces that assailed Tuliolo.
This is actually really interesting. I actually like this.
To the Golden City.
Thinking back on it, the soldiers looked like they could have been made from the same black stone.
And leading them was Zeralja. His involvement also lends weight to the theory. On the day of the succession ceremony, a bandit took me unawares and knocked me out. When I came to, I found my home turned upside down, with a few particular items missing. Namely the keystones I was entrusted with, for my role as Watcher of the Gate.
Oh, okay.
The bandit, you believe that it was...
So Rulja.
I only got a glimpse of him, but I was a blue-scaled Hubigo. I know of no other.
The artifact stored at the palace was also stolen. The thief struck during the ceremony, and the guard was spread thin.
So our assumption is Zeralja somehow opened that gate to another reflection, where he acquired advanced technology and his mechanical army.
It fits. And if he did, then it's also likely that the dome is a product of this unknown reflection.
Now my question is, how did he know about the key and how it does?
Reflections. But what of my home? What's become of it?
Oh yeah. Who cares about you? Okay, that was a little mean.
Indeed. Where it concerns other realities, I dare say the Scions are best suited to tackle the task.
You can say that again. We've been to the literal edge of existence. Some mysterious giant dome shouldn't scare us.
As you know, our order has ostensibly disbanded. We'd thank you to be discreet about our unofficial reunion.
Huh. Worry not. We'll spare no effort to get to the bottom of this. And with our hero eager to help, you can be confident of the results.
I'm coming with you. If that's where my brother is, then that's where I must go. I can't say I understand everything you're discussing, but I know what I have to do. I have to put a stop to Zoroja and restore the people's happiness.
Suffice it to say, I share Lamachi's desire to join you. However, under these circumstances, it would be unwise for both vows to be absent from the city. As such, I shall remain in Tuliolol. Come what may, I will protect our nation. So go forth, sister, and do what you must.
Thank you.
It may be prudent for us to likewise divide our forces. While one group ventures into the dome, the other keeps guard without.
Agreed. There's something I wish to investigate out here, so I will remain.
I as well. The enemy's warships still loom overhead, and I would see that we are prepared for the worst.
I wish to go to the dome. As a student, I have an obligation to investigate this potential threat to the world.
Yeah, that's not the reason why.
But I'd be lying if I said I'm not deathly curious about my origins. If there's aught to be learned, then I want to learn it.
In that case, please let me come too. I have to see what's become of my home. I may not be a fighter, but I know those lands like the back of my hand. I can guide you.
If you hadn't offered, I would have asked. We're counting on you.
I'm not one for waiting around, so if it's all the same to you, I'll join the dome crew.
Yeah, of course you are.
I expect your knowledge and experience will be useful. In the meantime, I intend to learn what I can about the gate, and will keep you apprised of my findings. Pray do the same.
Assuming communication is possible from inside the dome, we'll maintain contact and share any developments.
Okay, we'll assume that. What if we cannot contact?
Looks good to me. We'll find a way to deal with the threat. For the sake of Tural.
It's truly heartening to have you at our side for this. Thank you, everyone. Now, before we set off, there's one thing I need to do. The people are still shaken by the attack, and I'd like to reassure them as best I can.
I know what I have to do now. For investigating though, Mokulama wishes to see one important matter. I know we're in a hurry to set off, but before we do, I need to address my people. Peace were swore to uphold to Ms. Jatter. They need to understand what happened and how we intend to fix it, so I wanted to call an assembly of the Wing Walk and assure them with all shaken that's there. I don't know how many will come. Do most distressed and truly needed to hear your words. If you like, I shall seek and such souls and encourage them to attend. You handle that and we'll see provisions for the expedition. You see that Replendent Quarter and Bayside Bivol, Alce and I will split the rest of the city between us. It's probably faster doing it this way anyways. From a falls to the enemy, what will happen to us if our homes, our farms, everything will work so hard to build? But what's the point? Dawntrail have a plan already. Lost so much that they're prepared to carry on. So can't believe we were attacked. For the mercy, my family was spared, but I don't know if I would have done if they had be there, of course. Father is gone, leave me to mourn. I will claim if I was fighting for us. Very well, I'll speak. Listen, alright. Are you? The city's definitely seen better days, but only spares so much time for mourning. I don't know if I was suddenly at their address. Not anymore. I could try to leave home, but what else is there to go? Look at the well-traveled sword, please. I can't stay here, but I fear nowhere in Tyrell is beyond the enemy's reach. Even if I ran, I know I'd be great in the end. I love Tyrell. This is my home. We'll give their lives to defend her. Listen to what they have to say. Cleaning up his tiring work. You don't protect, we'll get through it together. I stock on food and medicine as much as I can. What else is there? I can't afford to forget anything. Do a little more time. All right. wants to speak to us. For she has a plan. I suppose no harm in hearing what she has to say. I don't have time. I have to finish repairing this card. There's so much carrying on my back. Okay. I'm going to try. I'm back at the end, so let's face this. Maybe it's too early to be thinking of running. Alright, I'll go hear what they have to address. Where's our most intact? Good tidings for my clients. Sorry, friend, no time to spare. We'll soon be giving a public. Want to be there as well. Alright. Can't leave now if those soldiers come back. What are those stretching machines looming overhead? God, I have so many questions. Put mind at ease or something? Anything of the threat we face? Alright, go to winged walked. Thank you, I barely... Alright, what I have Dawntrail have to say. Looks like you have brought quite a few people. Thank you. So I actually returned ahead of you. Upon hearing what you were still out there, she was unsettled at her own efforts and left again. For involving you in Tyrell's affairs, helping your friends in need, having traveled the lands of Tyrell, sharing the rich cultures of people, I can see it no other way. More Zoraja and his army pose a threat not only to Tyrell but the star as a whole. Stand with you to protect what you hold dear. I expect you had much, but if any, rests. How are you holding up? Fine, thanks to the little encouragement from Viola. Needn't worry about me either. Whatever wariness I feel, no match for my desire to protect my people. We'll restore peace to the nation and preserve our family's legacy. Begin by speaking to the people from our hearts. Right. Need to see a few things first, but feel free to go ahead to the plaza and wait. Their father raised them well. That he did.
Namachi, are you all right?
Yes, don't worry. I'm ready for it. The fear, and sadness, and anger. Everything.
I am the reason to your resolve. But more than that, I am your brother. You needn't bear this burden alone. Remember this.
As you likely already know, my father, our former Dawn servant, lost his life in the recent attack. He challenged the enemy leader to a duel and fought with skill and valor, and for a moment we believed he had won. But wielding an unknown power, his foe returned from death and struck him down. I could only watch as this happened. I could not tarnish my father's honor by interfering. Many of you have suffered terribly. You've taken wounds. You've lost friends and family. As vow of resolve, I failed in my duty to protect you. Words can't express the shame and regret I feel. And as much as it pains me to reveal this, the enemy leader was none other than my brother Zorolcha.
Zorolcha? It's true! I saw him!
We believe he staged the attack from Yasulani, which has been encased within a mysterious dome. I know that you're concerned for your loved ones there as well. But mark my words, I won't let Zorolja torment us any further. Our father gave his life to protect our nation, and I'm prepared to do the same.
You say that, but those metal monstrosities are still up there in the sky. What are you going to do about them?
The enemy is still on our doorstep, and waiting for them to strike again accomplishes nothing. That's why we're going to strike first. We are going to take the battle straight to Zorolja and put an end to it.
And while my sister sallies forth, I will take charge of the city's defenses. Not another soul will come to harm. We swear to you.
Like our father before us, we will lead with resolve and reason to restore peace to our nation. So please, have patience and faith.
So the resolve goes on the attack, while reason shores up the defenses. Sounds like a fine plan. Needless to say, you can count on my sword. Dural's my home, and I'll do my part for it. Hear, hear, brother. That makes two of us. Or was that two of we? Never mind that. What of the rest of you? Will you let others do the work? Or will you do your part and fight? We fight! We fight! We're Tuliolans because we're united! We'll stand with you and weather this storm!
He's right. This is our nation, and it falls to us to protect it.
We'll fight too! For Tuliolal!
Me too! Me too!
We're all together in this!
Thank you, everyone. Thank you.
We've already learned much about our foe, and we will continue to learn more. In time, we will have the means to make their warships fall from the sky. When we join hands with our countrymen and our allies from afar, we're stronger than we dare to hope. Together, let us show the enemy the might of Tuliolal.
You are the beating heart of our nation, each and every one of you. Uncertain days lie ahead, but for now, I ask you to persevere, to go about your lives as you always do. Only then can we ensure we have the resources to see our nation through these trials. And when the time comes, we will strike. Tuliyola will not fall. We will prevail, and peace and happiness will be ours again.
Using the vocal element Koana, I was reminded of my time for the first. While XIV was no king, I found myself speaking before the people of the Christian like manner, and through their deeds they answered me. The people of Torel too will rise to occasion. This I can tell. Or to see the day when peace is restored to Torel. This is so much I wish to see. Oh. It's not you. Well, the hour of departure is at hand. Those of us remaining here shall accompany you and part the way. For one, we'd like to see the dome firsthand. Soon set forth soon as it's ready. I will inform Lukma about that. Call you. Are you ready to leave? I am. Seeing the people come together as one, knowing that they haven't given up hope, it was all the encouragement I can ask for. Right then, let's get going. Leave to Zaktoral Skygate. Everyone's here, good. This is my friends. We go strike down Zeralja and practice peace for Triolo. We'll be passing through Shaloani and there have been reports of enemy movement, so stay sharp. Guards has told me about them. They emerged from the dome in quick succession and took out looming overhead. Like vessel of Turiolo. Indeed, while they haven't taken aggressive actions, I want to see how things are in the area before moving on. We'll be passing a few settlements in the way of Shalani Station. It's the perfect opportunity to look around. Okay, fine. Come with me to... Alright. Oh, because this is a full party. Or actually, not you. Start with... that's where the Dust Wasp is based, if I remember correctly. Oh. Oh, it's you two. And I'll be Will Clamart as well. Sheriff does Dustwatch. Yes, what's the situation here? And well, the enemy hasn't tried to pick up a fight with us yet. The ship gave us a shock that they first appeared. They haven't been floating there. I received some unsettling reports from elsewhere. We've been investigating to the extent we can, but we're spread thin and haven't looked into springs yet. Apparently, the mechanical soldiers were seen at the vicinity. About the other township as well. It's rest to you. Head to the springs. I'll pay to. Alright. Let's clear this. All clear this way. Kinda don't seem to be in the area. Should talk to the local what we can learn. Alright. The one who helped us the other day, and they're investigating, they're confirmed safe. After the train has begun its journey back here on the dome up here, so those who are riding the train that then are fine, but we don't know what's become of those disembarked. It shows no signs of life. We haven't been run through the pole arm. As you can see, we're doing alright. After those ships appear in the sky, soldiers showed up and surrounded the town, but our surprise and relief, the travelers came on and dealt with them all in a flash. Safe thanks to him, but I can't say the name of those, and yes, we haven't heard from anyone else. I hope not Mika as well. Heard about the spearman as well? Not gonna be... Oh, Sestinian. Someone spreading more gossip about me? Talk of how I saved the town's travel fast. That's not gonna help a friend here, of course. We gave those machines a real beating. Came sooner or later, but you know what's happening? Or indeed the one keeping the people safe, thank you. Think nothing of it, automata aren't particularly strong. Are those rumored truths? Ghoul Jaja is slain. I'm afraid so. Zolja used dirty tricks to get the better of him. Will make him pay for what he has done. Mark my words. Going to help her, I assume. With your contingents, you won't lack for strength, in which case I'll remain in Shalani and keep an eye on things. More than you know, I'll send word to my brothers before we set off. If you find yourself in trouble, don't hesitate to contact Koana. I am, and you're Zakoa, right? I'll be counting on to keep everyone here safe. Like, of course. The fastest gun in Shaolin, after all, I can attest to that. I'll leave Shalani in the capable hands. So patrolling right away then. Stay safe out there and don't do anything reckless. Right then, it's time we headed to the station and join the others. Thanks to Justinian, there were no casualties to speak of in Shalani. Sterile were safe as well. At the very least, there were no sightings of soldiers there. What about the dome? Did we learn anything of note? It's comparative, exceeding high concentration of lightning energy. To even touch the barrier prove fatal. When approaching it, we must exercise all caution. And how are we supposed to get inside? The Zoraja and his armies emerged from within. There's gotta be an entrance. Happens to be an inkling where one is. These are the engineer of Zuktrol Railing which operates the chain. Yeah, okay. We went to recover the train. We found ourselves look at the dome through the telescope. It was then that we saw a large fortress-like structure that looked like a straddle of the dome's edge. Telling us part of it is inside and part of it is outside. Seems to be the case, yes. While we only observed from afar, the soldiers were coming and going from it. From that, I'd say it serves as a passage between the outside world and whatever's inside. To expect the area is heavily defended and won't be easy to get near. Do you know what became of the passengers who came from Volkamat? Nursemaids was among them, a woman named Namika. What? I'm afraid not. Those are the passengers who were headed back here are accounted for. I can say for a fact that everything was fine when we arrived in Yaslani. But when that big tremor struck not long after we left the station, I hit the emergency brakes and looked back, and all I could see was the dome. What more, the fortress sits right on the tracks of all places. What are the odds of that, eh? Want. This is why we have to make. Hold on a second. It's a sacrifice that we have to make. The good fools are willing to put their lives on the line to get inside that dome. We have to put a stop to all this. At least we can do to help them. Listen, no matter how things might, how hard things may get, no matter how many times we fall, we can always get back up. When we're alive, we can always build another train, so have faith and quit your complaining. But if we fall really, really hard, there's no getting back up if we're dead. Just lying on this train, I'll see to it myself. This will be a one-way trip, and we'll need to jump off at the last moment if no one wants to get out of the blaze of glory. Alright, let's get going! There's no changing her mind, is there? Just promise you'll be careful out there, honey. Can't start a family business without her, much less a family. Say a loss of the train doesn't concern me. Good friends and my loving wife besides me, I'll be all I need in the end. Well, at least it'll go down as a legendary train that saved Terral. That it will, but first we have work to do, so she'll look the part. I don't know much about magic tech, But if there's anything I can do to help, you need to say the word. Benny, are you willing to able to lend a hand? Okay. Seeing a path forward, I believe is a good time to return to Toriolo and inform Koana in the situation. Having investigations to pursue. The dome's elemental aspect is similar to the that of the gate of the Golden City. If we can identify a connection, we may learn something of use in our fight. Not be easy, but I know we can get through this together. Even if only just met them, I can only see the importance of the trainers to Walika and the engineers. We can let their sacrifice be for nothing. Our plan is set, but Graha Tia is not without reservations. Well, I have no objections to the plan itself. I have one concern. How can we be certain Zoralja will not strike Toriolo in retaliation? I considered the possibility, but when my brother told me to improve myself, he meant it. I want to show that his kingdom is superior to Toriolo, and I will give him no satisfaction attack when he knows I'm not there. No, he'll be waiting inside his dome, waiting for us to challenge him so he can crush us and prove his strength. If anything, we're most likely to put Toriolo in danger by not taking the fight to him. God Zoroja is at least until Toriolo has showed up in his defense. During which, when Koana will find a way to fortify Toriolo. I believe this is the best course, and we shall trust in your judgment. I expect that there will be no small amounts of energy resistance, but we will do all in our powers to assist you. Time for the essence. Time is of the essence. We do no need to hold back. I understand that two of you met the fair share of craftsmen during the rite of succession. Would you happen to know a few who will be willing to come and help us complete the modifications on the train? Of course, what sort of craftsmen did you have in mind? Perhaps the greatest concern is keeping the train safe from enemy attacks. Even with you abroad, fend them off. It'll be all over an instant if they manage to get just one good hit on the cerulean tanks. According to the eyewitness, the soldiers are lightning-based weapons, so I've tried to install grounded rods. Would you happen to know a carpenter who could handle that? Master carpenter from Oakland. Okay. No objections from me, just be sure not to forget their traditional greeting. Line that needs moving heavy equipment. I don't suppose you know anyone up to the task. I'm not even gonna bother with the name. Some power on its own, it's not like, okay, we need counter deal with them. Install ballistas on the train, big ones. They'll be powerful, it seems like it will be too long to reload between shots. Employs etheric cannons for its defenses, and I see no reason why the design cannot be adopted in your trains. While I did not conceive them myself, I know their design. That should be possible. Okay. Now that this sounds like can help with. Now, what are the materials we need? Barrels that can fashion any metal, so long as it's highly conductive to aether. To power the cannon, we'll require fire aspected crystals to the highest purity. Might be as the miners over the springs that can help with that. I can leave the crystals and smiths in everyone's hands. I shall get started drawing up the schematics. Secure us the smiths. In the meantime, I could deal with the material. Shenzhen is in charge of our supplies, so it might be good to talk to him about it first. Thanks for the now let's get this train dressed up and give her the proper farewell she deserves. Plans coming together. To make Godspeed, I'm going to try and enlist some more help from among our friends back in Ural. But in your care, I was thinking, okay. Damn. It's too far. Should be enough lumber for the armor. What else do we need? Sorry, didn't see you. What can I do you for? There can. Interesting. I have an idea what can get the conductive metal, so I'll take care of it. Friends and Yate, aren't you? You're the best miner around. If anyone can get the crystal you're after, it's her. What brings you to these parts? Here's fire crystal, you say. I think you heard of them before. What is this about? Oh, that was a... Okay. Obtain fire crystals on the tip of Yate's tongue. You can find them in the south of town. They actually ingest fire crystals and keep them out if you can't believe it. If you want the purest crystals, though, you have to go after the oldest, toughest analysts. Nothing what you can handle, right? It'll show you where you can find some good hunt. Looking forward to see why Umbrella thinks highly of you. Too far. Quite a lot of fiery walls in these parts. Be sure, I think it's due to the cerulean. No way you can say for sure. Still, dominant sword. And what's that you need? Or you have to hunt down a few of their kind, establish yourself as a threat. Keep watching nearby to make sure no hapless travelers come stumbling in. dealt with the beast in no time at all, and if there to Shenza, I'll see what he gets. Alright, for the train, aren't they? I heard about your plans to enter the Domo, and thank you for doing such length to these invaders. Please take care of, anyways, I've best on my way, and for you as well, in case you're going to meet her. I saw Wook Lamont heading into the station. Told me you got the crystals from it. Good work. I just returned from the looking for extra help in a moment. Who answers the call? I'm ready for them when they arrive. Damn it, I idle for a moment. All I can think about it is my home. We'll be on our way soon. We'll find your mother. Be good to see her after all these years. There's so much I'd like to ask her about our time together, and she talks your ears off. Once my mother starts, there's no stopping her. Return help where we can. The real work begins when the extra hands arrive. This trek here, to be honest, I wasn't expecting so many of you. In fact, I have been wondering if there were aught I could do to help. So when I heard about the upcoming operation for Koana, I leapt at the chance to do my part. We can enjoy some nice cup of mezcal. It's our home, and we'll do whatever it takes to keep it safe. While I assist with the efforts here, High Limit Golfer does the same at the capital. Truly grateful. All of us working together, there's nothing we can't accomplish. Let's get to it. Oh, this is an actual sequence. It was kind of abrupt, but okay. I mean, that's fine. Alright, everyone, that'll do it. Man, this whole time, nothing happened. Leave it to finish mounting the armor and cannons and have yourself a hard-earned rest. Thank you for answering the call. If you need help, just give us a holler. Indeed, we must do our part with our nation is in peril. I love you all too. Your kindness and goodwills will not be in vain, as I promised. Thanks again for your help. Go rest up, my friend. Alright. Okay, I'm gonna use the restroom. There's an undeniable air of dissatisfaction about Wakita. From here on out, we won't stop working till the train's ready. We'll have any preparations, it'll be a good time to see them. The boarding call will before you know it. Oh.
Right, we're just about done with the modifications, but I have to stress that we cannot afford a test run.
It's fine. We understand and accept the risks. We have faith in you and your craft. I'm sure everything will go to plan. With all the hard work everyone's put in, it couldn't be otherwise.
Finished at last! Behold, the pinnacle of locomotive engineering, the Dawn Blazer.
Amazing!
Yep, she's been fitted with wooden armor and a crystal grounding rod to mitigate the effects of lightning. Naturally, we had to overhaul the engine so it could handle the extra weight.
I also had her outfitted with etheric cannons, the better to contend with enemy forces. And as they're modeled upon those used at the Crystarium, I can attest to their potency.
So, what do you reckon? Given the tight turnaround, I'd say we did a damn good job.
I mean, it's the only locomotive like this I've ever seen, so...
Glad she's to your liking. I hate to let go of such a beautiful piece of machinery, but I know you'll give her a proper send-off for us.
At the risk of spoiling the mood, we should probably get moving.
Yep, you won't get far if you let them pummel you from the air, but you'll be safe enough once you reach the tunnel.
In that case, I will conceal the train with a spell once everyone is on board. It should last long enough for us to reach the tunnel unnoticed.
Right. So everyone, are we ready?
We've done all we can. Rest is up to you.
I won't let you down. All aboard!
Vanish! At this speed, we should arrive at the dome in no time at all.
But not before we're spotted, I expect. Stay alert!
Here we go. Stand fast, everyone!
God, take off your backpack for once. You know what would have sucked if this didn't work?
Oh, that was too close. Still alive, Aaronville?
Mostly.
At last, the enemy stronghold. We should hurry before they can regroup.
Let's go and find out what's inside.
Oh, damn, that was fast. Commander R8. Oh, I did not see them. This is amazing. Or at least the boss fight. I can't believe this is a mid-boss. God, what is this place? Serious breach should be allowed, but it ends now. I don't know what's going on. Why is this happening? There's no way it's just this, right? Yeah, I thought so. There's no way it was just that. Oh, what the fuck? What the fuck? Oh my god. That entire second phase without a healer.
What greeted us was not the home that I had left behind. There was no mistaking we had reached Yassulani, and yet it was wholly unlike my memories. The lands of my childhood had changed beyond imagining. To where had I returned? We tread on, the darkened skies above a mirror to my heart, clouded with fear and uncertainty.
How bizarre. This cannot be Yassulani, can it?
Oh. I was prefer for something strange, but this is like another world. I don't understand. Yasunali and disbelief. It doesn't make sense. That tower, was it always there? No, definitely not. Nor the walls over there. The material is not something we use in Terra. It's closer to what we saw in the gate to the Golden City of those mechanical soldiers. Such a massive structure couldn't have been built in a short amount of time. I plan to assume it's been transported to another location, or perhaps. Speculation will avail us not. We need to learn more before we can draw conclusions. Take a look around then. Look at a train station, doesn't it? That must be a Sulani station where the passengers disembarked. As we will find someone to talk to there, let's go investigate. Pretty sure this is Yasunari Station, but from the state I swear it's abandoned years ago. What to make of this? We should look around a bit more. Find a train turnable. The thick layers rust suggests it hasn't been used in years. Building is rotting husk. It's clearly been many years since anyone lived here. Tracks are heavily rusted and seem that they haven't tended for a long while. Is this like some time dilation? I swear you said they said that the trains are still relatively new. Finish poking around, haven't you? Let's gather everyone then. I want you all to take a look at this. Long since broken, apparently. Since I'd say its presence confirms it's indeed Zoralja's domain we're in. Did you learn anything? Suggests it's Snottley Station. We're in Yaxnalia. I don't understand why these buildings are so run down. Complete barely a year ago. New structures to deteriorate and enormous ones to appear in a flash. If I didn't know better, I'd say time flows differently here. Is such a thing even possible? We've encountered this one before, as it so happens. Though it may be difficult to believe, our world is but one of several. In some respects, they are similar to one another, but others wholly different. We call them reflections. Simply put, the rifts between dimensions cause time to flow at different paces in each world. Ours pass in one, many years may have come and gone in another. It's not even, we should still be in the source. The flow of time should be synchronized. Not sure I follow this talk of reflections and dimensions, but if Erenville says to Shlani, then it must be. Your village is a little further along, right? Erenville. Yes, it's a short distance to the northwest. Let's head there next, then. Rather than talk theory, it's always better to confirm things firsthand. May be of assistance. Still functioning. Doesn't seem to be hostile, at least. Perhaps we can ask it some questions. Can you tell us where we are? And then to confirm credentials, please present citizen identification. Too strange by half. Let's leave it be and get going. Are those lightning rods? Your company for a moment, there's something I wish to investigate. There, the lightning appears to be drawn by those pole-shaped structures over yonder. The design suggests there's some manner of lightning rod. Let's go take a closer look. The material appears to be the same that used to be in the mechanical soldiers and warships. On closer inspection, it appears to be fine etching, rather reminiscent of arcane runes. I suspect they're not merely decorative. What, this thing? I would propose to use harnessed lightning as a source of energy, quite impressive technology. I'll share this observation with Y'shtola for blessing. The dome doesn't appear to interfere with link pearls. Thanks for accompanying me. Let's head to the village and find the others. What in the world?
My home. It's in ruins. But why? What happened here? And where is everyone?
I had a look in a few of the other houses, but they had clearly been abandoned.
Damn it all. None of this makes sense.
Excuse me? Are you looking for someone?
Oh, it's the trailer girl. And you're at Turiolo.
I apologize for giving you a fright. However, I did have reason to keep to the shadows. Sorocha has told me a great deal about you.
Sorocha?
Greetings, and welcome to the realm of Alexandria.
No way.
I am Sphene, the Queen of Reason.
Queen of Reason?
If you are the Queen of Reason, is there perhaps a...
Yes, if you mean to ask if there is a King of Resolve. Zorulja holds that title, and together do we reign.
Then you're both behind the attack on Tulishola.
And I doubt you're here to offer us a warm reception.
No, you have it all wrong. I am not come to fight. Zorulja rules alongside me, but that is a matter of expedience. In truth, we are at odds, he and I. It is at considerable risk to myself and my people that I come before you to beg your aid.
Our aid? I'll admit I cannot imagine King Zorolja is keen to share and share alike. But if what you say is true, you're still the queen.
How did this happen?
Indeed. But I was once the sole ruler of Alexandria. Until one day, he appeared, bent on conquest. In my weakness, I feared his power. So I persuaded him to forego violence and strike a bargain. I would remain queen, and he would receive technology that would empower him to achieve even loftier ambitions, along with the knowledge to use it. A gamble, to be sure, but if it might spare my people...
If I may, the dome surrounding these lands was erected but recently. How is it he was able to not only invade, but instate a new system of leadership in a mere matter of days?
Man, she's asking all the right questions in this.
Of your realm. And this place is, or at least was, Yasolani.
This entire expansion.
The house I grew up in is still here. But 3 years ago, that tower and these strange contrivances weren't. Nor was our village in ruins. Where did you come from? And what happened to the people who lived here? You must know!
I realize how confusing this all must be. Truth be told, I don't fully understand it myself. What I can say is that one day, people from your Tuliolol suddenly appeared here in Alexandria. Or perhaps it was we who found ourselves in Tuliolol. Until but recently, we were completely unaware of events taking place beyond the barriers surrounding our realm.
Does this not remind you of the Crystal Tower? How after the 8th Umbral Calamity, we devised a means to transport the Spire across time and space from the source unto the first. Granted, this is on a much larger scale, if that is indeed what has happened. Not only the people and structures, but also the surrounding environment. Regardless, the people of Lakeland perceived the arrival of the Crystal Tower much as the Queen describes her own experience. Sudden and inexplicable.
Well then, you appear to have a better grasp of our circumstances than we do. Indeed, more than I dared hope.
Man, her
In
body
which
language
case,
is
a
so
closer
feminine.
examination of the effects of this phenomenon may afford us more insights. Allow me to take you to the outskirts.
They did a
number
really
of
good job
Shitona
with
live
that.
there as well. Perhaps your acquaintances are among them.
Hold on. If we accept, there's no guarantee we're not walking into a trap.
But if we're to defeat Zorolja, we need to understand how he grew so strong. Besides...
You're right.
Queen Sphene, before we go, Your Majesty, I have to ask, did you really have nothing to do with the attack on Tulihyolal?
Noble Wook Lamart, shall we dispense with the formalities? I'll not deny the soldiers and airships that attacked your people are products of Alexandria. But it was Zeralja, not we, who fashioned them into weapons of war and laid siege to Tuliolal.
So he alone is to blame.
No, I may not have prosecuted this war, but I nevertheless bear responsibility for it.
Perhaps. I know next to nothing about you, let alone what you've been through. So by all means, show us around. I think we'll learn a lot from meeting your people.
Wonderful. If you would follow me.
Oh yeah, I forgot to mention, how did you get here? How long were we being followed? It's in a little odd for him to walk around in her.
Is that concern or suspicion? If things should take a turn for the worse, might I call upon your aid?
What?
I jest, of course. But you do strike me as the most capable here.
I think it goes without saying that we're not going to trust her just like that, right? That it's a mysterious ghoul who appeared out of nowhere, proclaiming herself this queen is suspicious. So I have to keep a close eyes on the queen. We have established that we should be where we could use more information, so let us head to this place, the outskirts, and see what we can learn, perhaps all of Sphene as well. I wonder if the sky is going to change. Beat this place. I trust you have similar farming facility in Taral. They're completely different from ours. I have no idea who those, what all those machines do. Settle on this approach after some trial and error. If Tyrells have their own methods of farming which they wanted to continue employing, but the environment makes it challenging. There's too much rain and not enough light. We use electroscope has allowed us to fortify the buildings here as well as provide what nature cannot. What? Electroscope. It's a material we use to myriad devices and applications. A topic for another time perhaps, if you were to follow me. We're nearly to the outskirts.
here we are. Though you'll doubtless find much of what you see in Alexandria strange, the traditional agriculture practiced in this village at least should be familiar.
Queen Sphene? What business brings her here, I wonder?
The Queen has come!
You look well, Paquine. And Catogne, I see you've already taken to your new position.
When she introduced herself as queen, I was expecting someone colder. Honestly, she reminds me of you, Namachi.
Me?
It's only natural for a ruler to love her people. And I should like to know them as best I can, even the most trifling details.
The more you come to know them, the more you grow to love them. Who they are and what they've built.
That's it. Beautifully put.
And it would appear that she is well loved in turn.
Your Majesty, you honor us with your presence. And who are these fine people?
Tuliolo's vow of resolve Wuk-Lamat and her companions. They come from beyond the barrier, but you needn't worry. They are good people and are to be treated as my honored guests.
The rumors of a link to the outside are true, then. Wuk-Lamat is still so young. Where are my manners? I am Popone, a leader of sorts of the people living out here.
Popone? That has a Tonawautan ring to it.
Right you are. I take it you hail from this region as well? Teshpiani, perhaps?
Yes, I do. I don't suppose you know a woman by the name of Kafkiwa?
Kafkiwa? I'm afraid I'm not sure if I've ever met someone with that name.
Oh. Mother isn't here. But it's a relief to know at least some of the people of Yasulani are alive and well.
Your mother, you say? Now that you mention it, I do see the resemblance.
Damn, that's scary looking eyes.
I do. Yes.
Then tell me, please, where is she?
I cannot say. Not here, but I promise I will in due time.
I have a question, Pepone. Do you recall what happened the day the Dawn first appeared?
The barrier? Well, I remember fixing a shelf that had collapsed after a terrible earthquake. Then the ground began to tremble. There was a brilliant flash of light, and then... Forgive me, my recollection of it all is rather poor.
You needn't push yourself, Popone. After 30 years, no one could blame you for not remembering.
What?
30 years? As in 30 years in the past?
Absurd though it may sound, there is no doubt in my mind the events that led to the joining of our lands occurred 30 years ago. Which is not to say I understand why our perceptions of the intervening time are so radically different. We only just became aware of the discrepancy when Zoralja's military base was completed, and we were at last able to venture beyond the barrier.
What?
I believed you long dead. To have the chance to kill you myself is an unforeseen blessing.
Oh, damn. That means he was 30 years older.
30 years. Little wonder Zoralja assumed our father had already passed away.
It's not unlike how time passes differently in the First and the Source. The fluctuating space of the rift between them disrupting temporal equivalence. Perhaps the same holds true here, and time flowed faster within the dome. I was able to make contact with Y'shtola not long ago via link pearl, so that shouldn't be cause for concern. And based on the Queen's account, this encampment may have come to serve as a physical bridge between the two planes, after which the dome was forced into the Source's temporal flow.
If we're to be certain of anything, we need more information. Sphene, would it be all right if we had a look around and spoke with the townspeople?
By all means.
Time to see what we can see of Alexandria, then.
And its people. I may yet find familiar faces among the survivors from Yasolani.
Even if I don't understand the half of it, I would learn more of this place before we confront Zoralja.
Perhaps you'd care to see how we make our living. Though we have always prided ourselves on the use of traditional Tonawatan farming methods, the use of electro-fueled technologies has led to countless agricultural innovations.
I would join you as well.
Ma'am, please, you needn't trouble yourself.
It's no trouble at all, and I promise not to cause any manner of distraction.
Reassuring words, or they would be had I not heard them countless times before. Very well, but do be careful.
Of course. I shall proceed with the utmost care. Now then, if you two would follow me, we can begin the tour.
I can't say that I trust her yet, but I trust that her affection for these people is genuine, and that's enough for me.
Electrope has done much to improve the efficiency of the farming, but hasn't replaced everything. People wanted to preserve their old way of life, and we did not want to force ours upon them. To such lengths so that our cultures could coexist, even going so far as to learn our tongue. I'm sure everyone appreciated that. It's thankfully not an issue, for Turali tongue is surprisingly similar to Alexandrian. Of course, there are words and phrases of which there are no equivalent, but those can be taught with minimal effort. Though mutual respect, understanding, and patience, we Alexandrians and Turali has learned a great deal from one another. And I am sure that there's much you wish to learn as well, so please, if you have questions, do not hesitate to ask. To then bore you with a lengthy explanation, let us head back to the farm we passed earlier. Halo is called. We can speak with one of the farmers we have arrived. So we're off to Yuppie Halo. Allow me to introduce you to the Mahusa of the most experienced farmlands of all Alexandria. She is well versed in myriad farming techniques, including the wealth of knowledge and she has shared with all the farmers that has allowed this south to flourish. To what do I owe this sudden shower of praise? My apologies to interruption. I'm come to the guests from beyond the barrier. They wish to learn more of Alexandria, and so I invited them to see how our crops are grown. I do hope that's alright. So the rumors of visitors from the outsides were true. On matters of hosts, will we be able to deny them a look around? And I gather your majesty so also intend to check on things here. You know me too well, Mahusa. I thought to seize this opportunity to see how the farmers are fair, and perhaps pepper them with a few questions, though I do enjoy observing and taking part in the work too. It's appeared to have her permission, so please walk the grounds to your heart's content. You go on ahead, I'll keep seeing company. Don't misunderstand, I'm not the suspicious type, but given our position, it would make sense for us to go together, wouldn't you say? Fair point, but be sure not to let them out of your sight. Remain under Wook Lamott's watchful eye. Pray, come find us after you've seen your fill and spoken with the other farmhands. Should go get that. Wherever that is. Oh, what if it's above this? God damn it. Never mind. Light appears to be fine. As for the powerful source, wish to know about my job? I tend to the fields, mostly watering the crops, keeping the soil fertile, and so on. I admit it took some time until I fully understand how best to carry out my duty. As well as managing slimes we use in the fields, we're best to keep everything up to code, but should they ever start to malfunction, it's up to me to fix them. Land and sky being what they are, ensuring the rich harvest makes for constant work, but honestly I enjoy how involved the process is. Both my parents being Alexandrian, I don't know much about anything about farming. Every day is an hour to learn and grow. On a familiar face, I gather this is your first time on site. Well, here's the storehouse, or rather the entrance. The real storehouse is underground, much more spacious and equipped with temperature regulation system to keep the harvest from spoiling. Since the entrance is so small, it's much easier to prevent wild beasts from wandering inside. There's also ways to make viable facilities for breeding and raising livestock. We've even got a few beds down there for emergencies. My parents often complain how Alexandrian technology and electroscope complicate our lives, but it's just a matter of learning how things work. For instance, I'm recently overseeing the storage of harvested crops. They've taken up the tower of processing, and from there finding more ways for every dining table in Alexandria. The work is hard, I will not deny, but take great satisfaction in what we do. They say that you and yours are a visitor from beyond the barrier. That's true? So it is, which means we're connected to the outside world again. Not that I desire to leave, mind you. I'm quite content with life here in Alexandria, but setting that aside, you're here to observe our work, right? As you can see, I'm in charge of the livestock. And you're a Ippy Halo. We produce not our fruits and vegetables, also meat, poultry, and eggs. Tending the animals is an absolute joy, but I have to be careful not to grow attached. It's always a little sad when they're shipped off, but a job is a job. Well, I need to get back to it, but it was nice talking to you. Like, okay. I see, don't be too hard on yourself. Everyone will have been hard-pressed to deal with such a thing. Oh, welcome back. My apologies is falling to notice your return. I gather you've had your fill to speaking with the farmers. Let us return to Mahusa. Well, what are your impressions on the farm? So it was the electroscope that caught your eye. That's only natural, I suppose, if you come from a place without it. Still, you only seem mildly impressed. This leads me to believe you have experience with even more marvelous technology. I'd love to hear your tales one day. What did you think of our little tour? What did you call me? Was it inappropriate? My apology if I haven't called you by that name and I thought... No, it's fine. As you said before, there's no need for titles and formalities. From my thought, I was very impressed that machines could be used to overcome the harsh environment is amazing. I've never seen anything like it. The feeling is understandable. Indeed, many still find the machinery behind me baffling. But why is it all purple? It's a system that controls the distribution of water in the fields and livestock. It's been acting up lately, though. Acting up, you say? Needn't worry, my queen. It happens fairly often. Put simply, it's taken in the water that has a strong lightning charge. I think some creatures have become charged up with energy and they are releasing it into the rivers we use as a source. The system would return to normal if the creature were dealt with, but I am reluctant to beg of the army. You could take care of it if you like. most gracious of you to offer, but it's much too dangerous. Oh no, it's trouble for the vow of resolve in Turiel law, regardless of how the relations between our nation may develop. If there are people in need, I want to help. Simple as that. He's even stronger than I am. It shouldn't take us all long. Very well, gratefully accept, but please take all care. About to go even faster if I search for lightning charge fields on our own. Good hunting. Oh, it's still umbros. Ah, you're both alright, thank goodness. Really haven't worried so much. We barely broke a sweat dealing with these fiends. They're all gone now. Thanks, we truly appreciate this. With this, we won't have to ask the raw job machines for help. He's been making concerted efforts to bolster his forces, sparing but a fraction of the people's protection. He thinks nothing of our safety, unlike Queen's Fiend. That's enough. If you have grievances, I will hear them later, but to speak to the king now. No, she's right. It's been... He's never one to look after his people. Thanks for letting us tour the farm. The folks here are delightful, and it was a pleasure to meet them. You'd take a favor for us for our uplifting words, my people, my pride and joy. Never fail to let us know nor how much you care. Of course, you're my precious family, all of you. Same good sort, so, Sphene, that I'll admit. But you'll forgive me if I'm not ready to lower my guard for the enemy queen just yet. We call that a dread to imagine that the villainy your majesty has committed. A ruler is responsible for the welfare of the countless lives, and not wrong decisions can lead to untold suffering. Failure is unconscionable. I believe we are done with the farm. Let's move on, shall we? Swing would take you back to the outskirts. And back to the outskirts, I dare say your friends will also have returned by now. Do you hear that?
What's happening over there?
It's nearly time.
Can you say what it is first?
I'm glad you could make it.
Are you with us?
Queen Sphene has come to see you.
We're here, Namika. Everything is going to be all right. What's the matter, dear?
No way.
That's the bangle I gave to Namika.
You know her?
Of course I know her. She was like a mother to me.
I see. She was always willing to lend a kindly ear to others, but rarely did she ever speak of herself.
What the hell is happening?
Is it really you?
She must have arrived shortly before the barrier manifested. For us, it was perhaps days, but for her...
Namika, it's me! Wuklamat!
I'm afraid her time with us is nearly at an end.
Has she no more soul cells?
She always used hers sparingly, but at her age, it wouldn't make a difference.
Ma'am, the ushers have arrived.
Thank you, Namika, for your many years of friendship.
I can't get over the fact how pretty this girl is.
The end. Be not afraid. Your memory will live on in us.
Living on in memory. The giants share a similar belief.
Wait, where are you taking her?
Worry not. She is being escorted to a medical facility in the tower. There we will ease her burden. I had hoped to make arrangements for her sooner, but she wished to remain here for as long as possible. I could not bring myself to refuse her.
Is there any way I might stay with her for a little while longer? We may not share the same blood, but she was my mother. Please.
Let us give them some time alone.
She didn't speak, but I'm grateful that I could be with her at the end. Thank you.
It's not the end.
Hmm?
Oh, nothing. I was just thinking that we have much to discuss. Where shall we begin?
With what we can be reasonably certain of, perhaps. Between what we have witnessed and the testimony of Alexandria's inhabitants, it's safe to say that two distinct lands have indeed become one. What's more, having met Namika, there is no denying the divergence in the passage of time. Taken together, these phenomena strongly suggest that some manner of cross-rift displacement has occurred. Specifically, the displacement of Alexandria from another reflection to the source.
It does seem the most likely explanation.
What perplexes me, however, is the scale of said displacement. It far exceeds what could conceivably be achieved with a Void Gate, or even with the Crystal Tower. In essence, we are dealing with a localized instance of dimensional compression. The Ascians would no doubt liken it to a rejoining. Which invites the question, how was such a feat accomplished?
I wish that I had an answer for you, but this talk of reflections and dimensions is well beyond my understanding. I can only tell you that we lived peacefully under the barrier's protection for many, many years, until the day that peace was suddenly broken.
I saw you at the Turiel.
Predates Alexandria's displacement. By several hundred years, yes. To when the continent we call home was ravaged by a devastating cataclysm. The barrier was erected to isolate us from the surrounding land's innocuous influence.
I see. And it was only later that it was whisked away, along with its contents, by means unknown.
In other words, Sven's as lost as the rest of us, right? The Alexandrians didn't mean to end up in Tural.
But of course, our next stop ought to be Everkeep. That tower over yonder. Once you have been registered as my guests, you will have access to Solution 9 and its residential district, where you will doubtless gain invaluable insight into Alexandria's state of affairs. Unfortunately, I cannot take you directly to where Zoralja resides.
That you'd let us in it all goes a long way toward proving you're not content to let Zoralja do as he pleases. But we're not talking about a simple difference of opinion here. I've come to avenge my father, and to do so, I intend to take Zoralja's life. Are you willing to stand by and allow Alexandria's king to be slain?
A fair question. Permit me to answer it thus. My people come first. Their welfare is paramount. I will do everything in my power to keep them from harm.
Man, she is exactly like Woklamat, but not.
It
But
is
more
a woman's
like
duty.
very feminine and very like
I am off to register you with
stoically
Everton.
feminine.
It may take some time, but you shall find the entrance open to you in due course. Oh, and ere I forget, your mother, Kafkiwa, you might try the Thunder Yards to the east.
The Thunder Yards? Is that where she is?
I am afraid I can say no more than that. Make for the Thunder Yards, and all will be made clear.
It's not as if we have other pressing business. Not until we can get into this Everkeep anyway. Thank you for earlier. And for being a friend to Namika these past 30 years. It means a lot to me.
Namika? I'm sorry, but I don't know who you mean.
What? We were just with her. If this is some sort of a joke, it isn't funny.
I don't mean to give offense, but I honestly have no idea who you are talking about. I'm sorry.
How can you not know who she is? You're in charge here. She was under your care.
Then in all likelihood, my memories of her have been stored in the cloud.
Oh my god. They're really doing this, huh?
Any person seemingly forgotten without reason is probably there, in the cloud. Oh, I really must be getting back to work. If you'll excuse me.
Stored in the cloud. What's going on? We could pip on, suddenly forget about Namika, so you never knew her. Same thing that happened to others as well, I wonder. There's only one way to find out. Let's make inquiries about Namika in the area. We reconvene afterwards in the Aetheryte. An old woman named Namika. I'm afraid I don't know that person. Sorry, I couldn't be of help. Do I know Namika? Never met anyone by that name. I've worked out in outskirts for good. Well, now I've spent time here, I will remember. Man, so many questions. I do recall caring for someone until recently, and you said that it was a woman named Namika. Well, I can't say for certain it was her. I wouldn't worry if I wouldn't worry. I'm sure she's just been taking up to the clouds. So it was the same for everyone, eh? Not a single person remembers Namika. It was the memories that has been purged from their minds. Such a thing might done with magic, an altar of memories so many at once would be a tremendous undertaking. Have felt a surge of aether corresponding to Act 2, and I sensed none of that in the moment. Neither did I, but I did notice something else. Right before Poen seemingly forgot, a light of the device on his head began to blink. Via connection, someone also said something about a soul cell. We ask about this. If we continue making such inquiries, I expect we could only cause confusion. If we can't readily solve the mystery about Namika, perhaps we could search the Kachichiwa instead. Fiend said try the Thunder Yards. The comment should be in this direction. Possible. The hell are you? Another kind of a mechanical soldier. It looks dangerous, so you better destroy it. Ooh. Should we give chase? I think I understood our words. It might be worth asking some questions. Are you alright? You look like you've seen a ghost. It's nothing, I'm fine. I went off in the direction we're headed away, so let's try track it down. Oops. You found it? To the northeast, it must be bound by the mines. Or for the mines. Come on then. It would be a trap, but let's not rush in too quickly. I heard faint voices coming from inside. It's not. Oh, it's not alone. We'll be going in, of course. Maybe a trap. You can hear them, several people up ahead. Can make out a conversation from the echoing.
What is this? Ironville!
A trap?
It really is you!
Huh?
Who?
I just had to get a look at you in the light. I can still hardly believe my eyes. But it is you, my darling Olympia!
My darling, what now?
Oh, it's so good to see you, my fussy little bun. But what are you doing here? What brings you all this way? Why the long face? Aren't you happy to see me after all this time?
I know that laugh anywhere. Mother?
His mother has a completely different accent.
Was your mother a weird floating thing?
And what have we here? Say, aren't you Galul Jaja's kitten? I knew I recognized that adorable fuzzy face. Ella Neshbeer was always so excited whenever you invited him over to play. You remember me, I hope?
I can't say that I do, but you knew my father?
Appearances notwithstanding, it would seem this is my mother. Kafkiwa.
I'm sorry?
Oh, this won't do. Come in, come in! Friends of my LNSP are always welcome.
All I ask is a little forewarning, but no.
Just when I thought I was starting to get a handle on this place, how are things still getting stranger?
As far as I can tell, this is indeed my mother. I can think of a few people in the world quite so spirited. As to what's happened, we need to ask her. It's commented by his long-faded reunion. Let's hear what she has to say. It's so wonderful to meet you all. And the studio of Valdesian, it's been a while since I heard that name. Dare to ask the reason for your appearance. Oh, this is just a body that I control remotely. I use it for our operations. We're members of the resistance organization Oblivion, we call ourselves, and their goal is to thwart Zoroja's ambitions for conquest. As the leader, it's prudent that I remain here, that I can't easily be found. See, whimsical appearance notwithstanding, yours is a serious cause. Right you are, though truth be told, Oblivion was founded for an altogether different purpose. That is... As I expect you already noticed, everything you see within this dome, the buildings, the people, the very earth beneath our feet is a fusion of two worlds. Stopping such fusion was Oblivion's original mission. And does that mean you know who or what what is responsible for it? I'm afraid not. This is a long time ago, and our mission statement has become more of a legend that passed down to members. By the time we joined, our sole objective was stopping Zoroja. We failed to do that. Now he's taken his army outside the dome. None of you wear those strange devices on your head. Does that have something to do with your work? You mean this? It's a regulator, a pinnacle of electrocute technology, and that we don't wear and is indeed related to our operation. Regulators have two primary functions. The first is, as the name suggests, it regulates the wearer's reserves of soul. Should they die, the regulator expends a soul to bring them back to life. You mean people walk around carrying spare souls? They do. Souls are packaged in cells, and they can be used to replenish the life force that was lost due to sudden death, such as accident. They do nothing for those who die of old age, though. Distribution of cell souls based on the one's work's evaluation to encourage exemplary performance when fulfills their duties. Is a common resource in payment for service rendered. A voice and practice of consuming others in their aether comes to mind, and similarly, expect that the act comes with some risk. Oh yeah. Forgot about this. Doesn't it dilute your sense of self? As prevented through memory management, a process in which regulators also play a role. Meanwhile, everyone has forgotten Amika's existence. The regulators are constantly recording the memories of the wearers, so if they should suddenly die, their memories can be refreshed as part of the restoration process. This is how they preserve one's identity and sense of self. However, the regulators are also triggered when someone else's dies. Being that the regulator forcibly extract memories relating to the deceased from anyone wearing one. Why would they do such a thing? It's a kindness bestowed upon the people of Everkeep's core system so that no one has to suffer the pain of loss. So that is what it meant memories being in the cloud. Indeed, all memories deceased are wiped from the minds of the people and archived in the system. It's frightening function of the regulators and an internal step to the soul cell production. You see, when a person dies of natural cause, their soul is temporarily housed within the regulator. And then delivered to a facility where memories are spared from the soul. The result of a fresh soul cell, free of impurities, ready for distribution and consumption. Meanwhile, the memories are stored in the core system to be remembered forever. This is why people are happy here. On the surface, it's similar to Yokui's philosophy, but I see nothing noble or comforting in it. It doesn't seem so terrible to me personally. It all comes down to what you're used to, I suppose. Like the barrier encasing Alexandria, this system was created to overcome the calamity that transferred the worlds hundreds of years ago. Amidst the mourning death toll, science used Electro to devise the means to save what lives they could so that the nation could endure. I understand the people of Alexandria did what they believed was the best to save the people. I find it hard to believe that Turali would also accept this way of living. Came to a shock to us as well. In fact, a great many were opposed to it. Which is why they use regulators was never compulsory. The people have always been free to go without them if they so wish. Sphene didn't strike me as a sort of ruler to impose her will on others. So you've already met? She's the one who suggested we come to the Thunder Yards in the first place. She also said she wants to help us stop Zorolja. Awfully kind for you to point to my direction and to speak so candidly as well. Whatever her motive, she has given the people a choice: live with the risk of true death or the security of the regulators. Everything that lives must someday die. It's the natural order of things. But however you feel about them, it will be easier to understand what the regulators are capable of if you saw it for yourself. I just note that the person to show you, as luck would have it, they should be starting work right about now. They're going to see exactly. Come with me and you'll find out. And I'm getting kind of sleepy. I feel like I should finish this quest. We're in here, good. It's responsible to the Thunderyard hunters to fell fiends found wandering the area. We're here to meet acquaintances of mine. Strike one of these hunters. What are you doing here with so many friends? Apologies for the interruption, but I was hoping they might observe you at work. Hunting, you mean? That's fine, I guess. Well, I assume they were wearing special regulars like Queen Sphere's crown, but they aren't wearing anything at all. It's much too dangerous to be here without one. Now, what if they're struck by lightning or attacked by beasts? And sure, they're all quite capable of looking after themselves. If anything should go amiss, I will take full responsibility. Well, don't say that I didn't warn you. Dangerous sight isn't really much to see. Said that you're a hunter, but it wouldn't be easier for those mechanical soldiers to guard this place. It would, but if not for the fact that they're weak to lightning, the Thunderyards being what it is, they've been ordered to steer clear. Some good they are, eh? Their facilities are vital for the upkeep of Alexandria's infrastructure, so it falls onto hunters like me that deals with any fiends. Given the danger we're all compensated for our work, it's a perfect profession for anyone looking to build up savings. A special selection of souls for hunter isn't terrible either. Bought this lot here to see this danger you speak of is not, if it's not too much trouble to ask. Of course, in which case, it's a shame to waste my efforts on just any old beast. You can handle yourselves in a fight, right? Your ruckus slaying what critters you see by, there's a chance you'll draw out something worthy of a dimension. I'm not sure I understand, but I suppose we should each slay what we can. This one will do nicely. It'll help you. It's really fine. I face words, just watch. That was embarrassing. The bastard caught me off guard. I told you not to worry. Just like Zaroja. Come on, let's get out of here. Also function that's also a function of a regulator. I can understand how Zaroja was able to return from the dead and defeat Papa. Now I'm not sure what we saw at the end there. As soon as the regular turned red, you were possessed. Your movement became beast-like. Don't tell me you empowered yourself with the soul of a beast. I'm remember of the serpentine soldiers we encountered at Vanguard who did the same. You cross paths with one of the king's elite. Such a form can only be achieved when gorging yourself on souls. And also, we can do the same in theory, but it's incredibly dangerous. Besides, it's not as they allow hunters to carry that many souls to begin with. Well, I should get back to work. Take care. And there you have it. Regulars can be loaded with two kinds of soul. Those are the people of those of the beasts. The souls of people can be used to grant their user natural strength. Naturally, they can also be used to ensure no one suffers an untimely death. What does that soul of, what about the soul of beasts? It seems using the strength of a chosen animal. If, for example, you use a soul of a wolf, you grow more agile and feral, as saw in Shrika. Using several of the same types at once, however, will result in physical changes. Your teeth might become fangs, your nails claws, too many, and you'll become more beast than man. Formed through the souls of other beings, it's become more and more reminiscent of Voicent. Unlike the Void, where the cycle of death and rebirth is simply broken, souls are forcibly taken before they might reach an etherical sea. Difference means to achieve a similar ends. A cycle to which within the domes are bound. This is wrong. This is all wrong. It's indeed hard to accept being so far removed from our own beliefs. More shocking is that the technology to achieve all of this was developed hundreds of years ago. Just like the Alligans. Civilization and reflections are surprising indeed. While we all have our thoughts on souls, for now, important thing is that we know what powers Zoltalja has at its disposal. One thing to separate corporeal ether and incorporate the ether, but to strip memories from the souls entirely to unprecedented technology. It is no longer to Riolo's concern. This is a newfound power. Zoltalja has become a real threat to the entire world. He has to be stopped, no matter the cost. Oh, okay. Well, I guess this is the best time to end. So I'll be ending the stream here. Oh, and it's almost exactly 7 hours since I started. Here, I'll be back.